Hey y'all. Can y'all hear me now? Y'all better tell me y'all can hear me now. I'm gonna be mad. I just restarted it, so hey y'all. Okay, good. So who we got here today? What's the word for the day? Hey girl. My mom is here. Shay baby, hey. Batman. Batmam. I noticed I said that wrong last time. It's Batmam. Hey girl. Child of God. Hey, Siobhan. Hey, girl. Is that Antoinette? Hey. Make sure y'all hitting that like button when y'all come in, okay? Hit that like button. Ivana Jordan. Hey. Donna True. Celante. Silver Fox. Our Miracle. Hey, y'all. So it's been a couple of days. Yeah, you did, but it was okay. We had a good time. I did miss you though. I did miss you in the comments. Okay. Is that Donisi? Donisi, hey girl, thank you. I had to take a 2-day break. Okay. Well, that's okay. Hey Samantha. And because with me, I get too indulged in certain things, especially this Naziyah Harris case. Um, I was too deep in the rabbit hole. I needed to come up for some air. No, the truth. Look, I'm gonna try. I try my best to come on here. I just started streaming, so you know, I'm on my big sis out. Malika, hey girl. That's why we don't know how to go to bed and stop. So listen, earlier today, okay. Now, y'all know based off my previous streams that I feel like I just been LT. I had you up to 4 a.m. You know what? I love y'all. I love y'all. I do. We got 47 people in here. How many likes we got? How many likes we got, Mod? Okay. So here's the thing. I feel like I've listened to a lot of other people content and I've heard other people's thoughts on the Naziyah case. I've been sitting back and kind of, giving my 2 cents here and there, kind of speculating and observing the information that's out there. But today I just decided that, okay, I'm going to go and listen to the what is her name? Oh, and I got my notes, y'all. I got my handy dandy notebook right here. I was taking notes earlier on this particular video we gonna watch. That's why I said make sure y'all got y'all notebooks and y'all got y'all pens, okay? Because I think this is really, really important. The sergeant, what's her name? Sergeant Melanie. She was the one that gave us the details of Jarvis's the towers and which areas he was in, the times he was in those areas, and the phone calls he made out, incoming calls, text messages, everything to do with his phone at that time. Hey, Ayana. And and I like, and good you said that, Ceylante, because I like when I dive into something, I'm very detailed. Okay, so I try to be as detailed as possible. If we just watching something together, that's different. We just watching somebody else and their speculations and their thoughts or whatever. But like I said, I got my own notes today, and I noticed something while I listened to it kind of like over and over. Like I would rewind it and let it play, rewind it. So if I do that again tonight, just bear with me because I might get another thought. But yes, love, smile. So basically, I want us to dive into Sergeant Melanie's testimony. Okay. And we're going to go down the timeline. from when Jarvis and his partner King, also known as Cordell, his biological name is Cordell, when they were at the shop, okay, to that was the 9th, so 10th and 11th. That's basically the information that they're giving us. And I know they don't give us all the information, but it was something that I noticed that a lot of people might have missed. And I haven't heard anybody talk about this stop that he made. He was there for a long ass time, and nobody's talking about this. Everybody is focusing on the 7 Mile and Berg area. 7 Mile and Berg, they focusing on 7 Mile and Greenfield, and they're missing a stop. Okay, so that's that on that. You say I love the fact that you come on here. Yeah, I try my best to do that because, I hate to be on somebody live and they skipping over my comments. Now, if I'm skipping over your comments, it's a mistake and I probably didn't see it. And I do have my comments on a 10-second delay so I can make sure that I see all of y'all comments and I acknowledge all of y'all. Okay. Peacefully, hey. You say, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. Yes. Okay. So we're going to put on our detective glasses. Okay. And we about to dive in. Oh, Malika. Malika says, Anaya, blessed me to revisit that scare secret place back to my 13-year-old little girl. Please reopen my old scar. Yes, relive me again for her. She has rewarded me and blessed me. Yes, I said the same thing. I said it was a purpose in this tragedy, although it was very, traumatizing, and she went through what she went through. I do feel like it caused a lot of people all over the world to go within themselves and face that part in themselves that they've been hiding from and trying to suppress and sweep under the rug. Okay, so we're learning to not sweep things under the rug and handle things accordingly so that we can heal, right? You say overthoughts. Hey, you say I work nice. I'm glad. Yes. You say got my expected catch. Okay, listen. Little earth angel. Yes. So let me get my banner together. Hold on, y'all. Let me get my banner. And see, I be getting on here and I got to make sure that I'm able to stream correctly. Let me just make sure real quick. It was the I think it was this one. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Here I come. Is it on? Is this the one? Okay, yeah, this the one. So we're going to go back to her. And I just really feel like, y'all, that they might have been looking in the wrong space and the wrong area. That's just what I think, but we're going to talk, okay? I wasn't looking at the comments, y'all, so hold on. You say it gives me chills just to witness all the evil being exposed lately. Yes, Antoinette. Me too, but there are some very wicked people. Like, I was just thinking, like, damn, did they really have to, these people that conspired in her disappearance, did they really have to unalive her? Like, that's crazy. It's sick. Like, she could still be here and had the baby. She didn't have to get unalived in the process. I think it's stupid, especially if you still was gonna wind up going to prison anyway, Javirus. It just don't make sense. So I just woke up about to start my driving shift. Okay, be safe. Yeah, manipulation practices, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna probably come on now. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to make sure. I think I'll be moving too fast. I get on here and then I did enter the studio, didn't I? I don't see. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Let me go back. Let me go back. How do I do that? Leave this studio. I'm in the wrong studio. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to get to the comments. Just give me a minute. I'm in the wrong studio. He said none whatsoever. He said everybody missing everything. All these extra podcasts is going off of hearsay. Yeah, instead of focusing on the facts. Right. Yes. Thank you, Shay Baby. Thank you. He said everything he said here is allegedly. Yes, it sure is. Okay, it's my observation and speculations. I'm just sharing it with y'all. Okay. Okay. You said the other day, because his ass was going for life. Yeah, they did not have to hurt her at all. Her hair is so beautiful and healthy. Yes, it was. Okay, so we got 100 people in here. Hey, and I've thought about that, Big T. And hey, Ebony. The system is not great either. So it's like, do you want to take those children out of an environment that they're comfortable in to take them in an environment where they can potentially be harmed even worse or more traumatized or oh, thank you. Thank you, peacefully. You know, I've thought about that, but something needs to be done to Shannon and her grandma and her mother. Okay. Something. So rather that's some type of intervention for like parenting or you know I feel like there's many things that could be done. I don't feel like taking the kids out of their environment will be the best for the child, their best interest, honestly. Hey, Tracy. Say Leonte says Shannon should go to jail flat. Look, I'm trying to be nice a little bit because I really care about the kids and I don't want to see them be, I hear a lot of bad things about the system and I don't feel like that would be the best decision. I just don't, but should they, get some type of something done to them for neglect and abuse and all of that? Absolutely. Right. And honestly, Big T, I've seen more than one refrigerator. I've seen more than one refrigerator in the videos. I sat back and I looked at all of them in the background. I looked at what she was doing, her face expression, what the other kids was doing, if they look happy, if they look sad. I was just looking at all the content that y'all was looking at, and I honestly seen like 3 refrigerators. So maybe they really did have more than one. Maybe the refrigerator with the lock on it was where the adults put they adult beverages. We don't really know. We just speculating. You know, we don't really know until they crack that motherfucker open and be like, this was what was in there. They had food or hiding it away from the kids. I don't know. But do it look neglectful? Yes. Okay. Don't get me wrong. Malika says, you said quadruple that for a net. You say quadruple it. Malika says, I am Zanaya. I'm 54. And Cali, every vision in house is on borrowed time. Trust that I was 13 when I met my husband. He was 18. It's been a fight. It's been a struggle. Yeah, you did not deserve that at all, Malika. 13, that is awfully young. You say this whole case is extremely sad. I believe Shannon and the grandmother deserve charges for neglect. But then what will happen to the children, y'all? You say valid, but we have no idea. Right. Okay. Have you noticed in these cases, CPS is involved in earlier stages and then they take action after a kid passes? Absolutely. I have noticed that the system is very rigged. That's what I need y'all to understand. The family court system is rigged. The criminal justice system is rigged. CPS system is rigged, and the school system is rigged. Okay. They claim to care for the best interest of the child, but their actions speak otherwise. It's definitely giving oxymoron six systems. They do not care about the best interest of the child. From my own experience, I honestly think there's going to come after. Um, yes, probably so. Probably so. I don't think they're going to get off the hook. You say you're old again today, 12 months ago. Uh-oh. Because of Zanaya. That's amazing, Malika. Somebody she ain't big as fuck for no reason. Listen, so she been eating. I guess that's what people think too. Like she's starving these kids and her ass eating up every damn thing. You say if there are any way involved, those kids are going to be taken. Okay. I hate that for them, but hopefully they get placed in a family where they are respected, genuinely loved, and cared for. Um, there should be a mandatory charge. Hold on, let me block you. I don't even know what the fuck that is, but let me block you, okay? Bye. Antoinette Arnold. She says there should be a mandatory charge for anyone with prior knowledge of known pedophile. Yes. I now for that sake, yes. Hey Jalen. Peace and love. Um, is that Kyra? Kyra? Exactly. Okay, I'm talking the truth. Yes, yes. I'll just try to be thoughtful. Okay. Exactly, Big T. Exactly. See, that's what we finna get at when we dive into this Sergeant. What I say her name is Sergeant Melanie, because she was the one over his whereabouts, and she was the one that really dived into you know his locations throughout the 9th through the 11th. Okay, so I'm about to get ready to play that, and we're gonna listen. And like I said, I already wrote me some notes down, but I might have missed something. So yeah, she got the key. Definitely, silence is violence. Malika say, "Hey beloved, thank you for your welcome." Yes, I'm always late. Look, I was a little late. You okay? We ain't got started yet. I just been greeting everybody. Hey, okay. So y'all, let me go ahead and play this. Hey Morgan. So I'm gonna put my little square in the corner. But just know I'm here. That should be good. Y'all can see that good. Okay. Now we're about to get started. Wait.
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at Major Crimes?
Generally, homicides.
Is the sound good on that video? Let me know. And I really want y'all to get y'all notebooks and y'all pens. Please write down these times, these locations, the addresses, you know, because I'm going to correlate that with the girlfriend, or she wasn't the girlfriend, the fiance. Okay. The fiance, the one with the blue car. I think those the two. And it was somebody else. Hold on, wait a minute. It'll come back to me. Okay. So yeah. All right. I don't know if y'all saw the part. Did y'all see the forensics portion of it? Oh, her interview is in here, the fiance. Hers was not that long, so I think I'm gonna start there because her testimony is important because Jarvis went to that fiance house before he went to the west side. Okay. So what she say is important, and what the baby mama say that has the blue car is important. Okay. So this is her.
This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder first degree, premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. The prohibition of offender fourth offense notice set for exam today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Regan, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Good morning. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts with Coconut Gilmore and Public, P88126.
And Mr. Butts, thank you for letting. You can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we continue testimony?
No, Judge, just the continued order of me proceed constitution because we are live as well.
Okay. So if there's anyone on YouTube or watching this live stream or anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must exit the courtroom. That includes the virtual courtroom as well. So with that, you can call your next witness.
At this time, people call Tashiana Davis.
Give the court order your name right here, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Watch your step. And once you're situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just lean into it. Just take it off there.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Tashiana Davis.
And Ms. Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes,
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
he was my fiance.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you point to him and identify the piece of clothing that he's wearing?
she's right there with a green top on.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts, in this matter.
So reflect.
Thank you. And how long, you said he was your fiance.
Yes,
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years,
And-
since 2019.
2019?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things like that.
No children.
And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes,
How often would that happen?
pretty often, but we didn't live together.
I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes.
And was there a time before that you had to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
January, I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was gonna have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes,
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yes.
When you were driving him on the 7th of February 2024, first, what kind of car do you drive?
2005 Suburban,
And what color is it?
and
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
nobody.
Just you and Mr. Butts?
Yes,
And when you were driving to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, where's your phone?
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No.
And what did you said he did turn himself in?
Yes,
And so you drove back home, correct?
yes,
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
yes,
And where were you when you had that contact?
in the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No.
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
No.
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
No, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Oh, and were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No.
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
No.
Oh. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years,
Yes,
and would you communicate with him via cell phone?
yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember?
Nine,
If you don't
I
remember,
don't remember.
okay. With looking at text messages, refresh your memory?
Yes,
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If you could just look at the phone numbers on it,
the first one.
and does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in, did you go to his place of employment on at 9,000 Connors?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell Wright?
No.
Okay. I have another question.
Good morning, Ms. Davis. You met Mr. Butts at Frank's Garage, is that right?
Yes,
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
yes,
You were taking your car there,
yes,
and I think in your words, you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that fair to say?
yes,
You guys got along really well,
yes,
and you just kind of started a relationship from there.
yes,
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
yes,
kind of just to drop in?
yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's Garage, did you ever see any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes,
He would never let you see his phone screen,
No.
wouldn't give you access,
No.
certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything. In fact, you actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
yes,
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if
Yes.
that would unlock it.
mhm,
You took a picture of his face once and tried to
yes,
put the screens together. So you wanted to know what was in his phone.
yes,
And he did not want you to know what was in his phone,
No.
as far as you know?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
yes,
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
yes,
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
yes,
And you suspected that at the time,
yes,
and so that's why you were looking for proof?
correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him.
Yes,
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids.
Yes,
He cared for your kids.
yes,
He took them places.
yes,
He took your son up to the shop.
Yes.
He showed him how to change the oil in the car.
correct,
And you viewed him as a good father figure.
yes.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Certainly, if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house.
Oh,
fair to say?
absolutely not.
You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes,
With a woman named Angel
yes,
and a woman named Shannon.
yes,
He talked about his children with you.
yes,
Did he ever talk to you about his niece?
no.
About how often would Mr. Butts stay with you on any given week?
Maybe like twice,
Were they like the same days or was it random?
random,
About what time would he come over?
after his work hours,
And,
after like 6 o'clock.
okay, so you think he would come kind of straight from work?
No, he would probably do something else and then be there later on in the night.
Okay, so closer to like 9, 10?
Yes.
Okay. Would he stay the night with you?
Till about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3, then we'll leave.
Okay. Do you know how he would get to your home?
A couple of times he was in a white truck, a white Cadillac truck. Sometime I think he would walk. If he was coming straight from the shop, he would walk. Or if he had my truck, that's how we would get back and forth.
And that's the Suburban.
Yes,
Did you know Mr. Butts to ever have his own vehicle?
yes, he had a white, Chrysler truck, van like.
And when did you know him to drive that?
Like maybe the first 2 years we were together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Butts would come visit you, would he park in your driveway?
Yes,
Would he spend weekends with you also?
yes.
1 second. I don't have anything else, thank you.
Ms. Davis, I just have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you about Mr. Butts being secretive with his phone. Can you tell me about a time that you had a conversation with him about him being secretive or something like that?
He would never really say anything. He talked in circles. So if you try to ask him a question, it's just always, you can never get a straight answer out of him.
But fair enough, you had multiple conversations about his phone and your access to it, I guess,
Yes,
or lack thereof.
yes,
And Ms. Quick also asked you about Mr. Butts staying over the night or staying the night at your house. You said that he would leave around 2 a.m.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
yes.
Do you know where he would go when he would leave?
No.
Did he ever tell you where he was going?
Home,
Did you know where he himself called home?
yes.
Where was that at?
Willshire,
And you said he would walk from his place of employment if he was coming straight from there, right?
yes.
How far from that
Um,
on Connors, the auto shop on Connors, do you live? How far of a walk?
No, that was when he was on Warren,
Warren and Neff?
yes,
How far of a walk from that location?
like 4 blocks.
And did you ever see him drive but not park in your driveway or out front of
Yes.
your house? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He parked around the corner and he would walk to my house.
And do you
He
know,
was in a white Cadillac truck.
you said Cadillac?
Yes.
Oh. Was that an Escalade, if you know?
I don't know.
And do you know the reason why he would park around the corner?
I don't know. I asked and he would just be like, I didn't drive.
But then would you see his truck?
I was in the truck.
We have one more truck.
Yes.
One last question. You said you lived or called home in Willshire.
Yes,
Have you ever been to that house?
yes.
Have you ever been inside that house?
No.
No, you've heard of it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you were done testifying. Watch your step. I'm not over the spots.
Yeah, we have one moment.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Look at his ass. Y'all, what is he right?
Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Writing on that damn notebook.
And I'm going to request permission to share my screen again.
Okay, good morning, sir. Morning. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Just watch yourself.
Thanks.
And then you can pull that whole microphone off of the ledge once you sit down. It is easy for you.
Okay, thank you. Brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay. And in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to Instant Command.
Yes,
Okay. And how is it that you report them? Do you go like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the instant commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with the shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the instant command.
Okay. And when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink. Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes? Or shoes that you
It was a
found.
small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
And-
it
Sorry.
was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay. And were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay. And did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you include coordinates in that report?
Yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay. Yes. Could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.268497.
Okay. So the coordinates that are in your report are where Instant Command was kind of set up.
That's the incident command, yes.
I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. And I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay. And when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
Sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay. So I'm going to go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? Or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this
Yep.
a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes,
Okay, and you were the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that.
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
Nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you gave, are those latitude, longitude?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay.
Well, decimal degrees. So
Ms. Quick?
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile over at that point. So not a
And,
huge area.
and you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen.
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections than that. Yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes,
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
for the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah. So in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits using tech.
Hold on, y'all. I am gonna go back because I do want the coordinates. I hope I don't go back too far.
Brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay, and in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And
Not only was it stupid for him to rearrange the evidence, he didn't even take pictures before he rearranged them. That's suspect to me. Why would you do that? That's a rookie move.
so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to instant command.
Yes,
Okay, and how is it that you report them? Do you go like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating direct on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident commander.
Okay, and when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink. Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes? Or
Shoe.
shoe that you
It
got?
was a small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
And-
it
Sorry.
was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay, and were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay, and did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and did you include coordinates in that report?
Yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay, yes, could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.2 268,497.
So the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set up.
That's the incident command, yes.
I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay, and when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
Oh, sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? Or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this
Yep.
a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes.
Okay, and you're the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that.
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
Nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you gave, were those latitude, longitude?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay.
Well, decimal degrees. So
Ms. Quick?
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile over at that point. So not a
And,
huge area.
and you said you were part of it.
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen.
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections than that. Yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes,
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
for the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah. So in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose. And then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river because the water level was high. So we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so. So we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in
Okay.
the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No,
Would you normally do something like that?
there's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking all day if I had taken a picture of everything I found. So
You stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it, noted that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located
Same
it?
spot,
Exact same spot?
same brush.
And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it has been out there.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, what was it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. You know, typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks, and it's pretty quick. Depending on how much sun there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It looked very fresh.
Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
Very old. clothing, years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it was nothing pertinent. Things that were
Many
under
old
layers
coats?
of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris.
In that
Under-
general area, in that half mile area that you were scanning?
Yes.
Once.
The hell he's stretching like he at the gym.
Anything else? Thank you.
Just briefly, Josh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging description that you were following?
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
At this time, Judge, people call Sergeant Melanie or Rourke.
Walk this way, just make sure you watch your step. And also, you can pull that microphone off the ledge if it's easier for you, or just lean into the seat.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Did you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke,
What do you do for a living, Sergeant?
sergeant with the police department,
Which police department?
Detroit Police Department.
How long have you been?
Now, do y'all remember which hotel that they said Jarvis went to after he left the shop? For the people that's in Detroit, do you remember which hotel that the sergeant said he went to, where his phone was pinging at? Or where everybody think he went? Okay. You said he found the shoe and the jacket. Okay. So this is the thing. That's the discrepancy between the hotel that he went to. He did not go to the hotel that was right on the corner of Harper and Connor. He did not. No. And I know because I told you I got my handy dandy notebook. I wrote it down. Okay. And she gonna say it too. Also, I'm gonna pull it up on the maps so we can get our facts straight. Okay. Maybe. It is in Harper Woods, but see what pissed me off is that the sergeant says she don't know if the hotel is in Harper Woods. That's why people was confused. You have to be sure of where the location is. If he asks you where is the hotel, you say I don't know. That's unacceptable. You are not supposed to say I don't know. Crazy. It was not the travel in, and that's why people are confused because she never specified if it was in Harper Woods or Detroit. it had people thinking, oh, it's a hotel right there at the corner, which is the Travel Inn. But I'm finna show y'all. We finna confirm. Okay. Now I also want to show y'all something too. Let me share this real quick. Okay, this is the car shop. Okay, look at this. Do y'all see somebody standing right here? I was looking at this like, wait a minute, who is this? Y'all see that person? Let me see if I can go in small. Dang, that's the furthest I can zoom in. Can y'all see that? Y'all gonna have to go to it on y'all phone when y'all get a little time. If you can't see it that good, but it looked like a child to me. Looked like a child to me. I just was looking at it because I was trying to get the yeah, if they got on a brown coat, like they got on some pajama pants or something. And it's a person standing right here next to them too. Okay, so for y'all that is not familiar with this area or you're watching from another state, okay, this is the corner where Jarvis, quote unquote, worked. This little hole in the wall right here. Okay, right in between the gas station and the car shop. The car wash, excuse me. Car wash. This is the corner where most people thought he went, the hotel. You say you can see it, Michelle. Okay, good. You say, yeah, with the same coat. That was a brown coat, but I didn't personally see her with the brown coat, but it does look like a child standing there. Okay. Now, this is the address to this Travel Inn. That's why I'm like, this is the address right here. It seemed like he would. He seemed like the type of guy that'll go to this hotel. You know, this where all the streetwalkers go, the hookers, you know, niggas that want to beat up for the night, half a night, whatever. This will be the location for that. Okay. Now, and honestly, I thought that too till I watched this over and I realized the address did not match. So let's finish listening. But that's not the hotel. I'm gonna pull it. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to show y'all that because she gonna say the address anyway.
That's another 11 years.
And are you currently assigned to a specific precinct or unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I work at major crimes.
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at major crimes?
Generally, homicides.
And how long have you had that role, or have you been in major crimes?
I believe since 2016.
And do you do any specific role within major crimes that requires a little bit of training and education to do?
Yes.
And what is that?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Okay. And what sort of training, very generally right now, what is that?
What types of training?
No, sorry, new question. Generally, what is called forensic analysis of CDR and tower mapping?
And that's the thing, Ayana. That's what I heard Roxy say. She went to that hotel and she caught it 15 cameras, counted 15 cameras. You talking about the Travel Inn? Because if she went to the Travel Inn, that was not even the right location. And I didn't see the video of what they talking about
Okay.
either.
Have you had any training to do that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I've had T-Mobile training. T-Mobile is the prevalent company here in the Metro Detroit area. I've had Excel training. Excel is the format that most of our call detail records come back to us in. I've had cell phone use and drug trafficking training, Penlink training. Penlink is the program that the Detroit Police Department utilizes. It basically puts the records in a readable format. I've had CATS training, which is an acronym for Call Analysis Training School. I've had Penlink training, PLX training, which is an upgraded form of Penlink. Approximately around 450 hours of specialized training in cellular analysis.
Okay, and that 450 hours in that training, does that allow you to utilize that to generate what you said earlier, tower maps based on your analysis of call detail records?
Yes.
Okay, and what are call detail records?
Historical records.
And does that allow you to place certain things based on cell towers on maps to give an approximate location of a particular phone number that's
Yes.
associated with the phone?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert before in this field?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
Over 35 times.
And has that been in Wayne County?
Yes.
And have you testified in 36 districts before?
36 and 3rd, both, yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Sergeant O'Rourke as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of call detail records and tower mapping.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, can you describe for the record, when you get call detail records, the process that you would go through to generate maps?
Yes. The OIC, or the officer in charge, would supply a search warrant for a particular target number. We would submit that to the respective cellular company, whether it's T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon. They will submit back to us in the form of raw records, usually in Excel format, the call detail records, and other various ones, subscribers, things like that.
And in terms of the call detail records, what is contained in that spreadsheet? What sort of information is contained within that spreadsheet?
It'll be dates, times, locations, the target number in question, any contact ID, who they're having any type of activity with, whether it's a text message, a voice call, the duration. There's multiple things associated with it.
And you talked about location. How are those locations generated and inputted into that spreadsheet?
So these records will supply an actual either latitude and longitude, or a location area code, or other location information for the cell tower that the, we're just gonna say cell phone in this case, cell phone interacts with.
Okay. And can you describe well, first, silly question, I know, but what is a cell tower? What do you mean by that?
It's the cell towers that you see all over the place. They can be, one of those huge mammoth things that you see. They've got a bunch of cells on there and antennas that you see, or it could be, really small and, but they're all over the place in the city.
And the records provide a indication of which tower it was, that phone number was interacting with at a specific time?
Yes.
And does that allow you to take that information and put it into a map or go through a process to generate that location on a map?
Yes, we actually receive the information and put it into a system called Penlink. And that information will, like I said before, will basically put it in a readable format. So the information that you receive today, that's what you're gonna look at.
Now let's talk about this case. Did you follow your process based on your training for a target number of 313-585-8719?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and that was a T-Mobile record, correct?
It was.
Okay. And did you generate maps based on your training and experience using Penlink to map that phone number and that phone at specific times related to this case?
I did.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching the people's proposed exhibits 33 through 39. If you could take a look at those, Sergeant, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And are those maps that you generated for that target number ending in 8719?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 33 through 39, Judge.
Objection.
No.
No objection.
It'll be admitted people's exhibits 33 through 39.
Thank you, Judge. And permission to publish.
Yes.
And on the screen and in your hand is exhibit 33. First, I want to talk about what's at the top, very top of this, and what information goes there.
The first row is going to have what's going to be on our calls report, a condensed version. There's going to be a lot more in the actual calls report, but this is the information that exhibits what's in the map down below.
Okay.
So for row 1, which we only have one row in this instance, we're going to have the target device, which is the phone number, and the date, time that was requested. So in this case, it's going to be January 9th of 2024, and the time, which is in UTC time or military time, it's going to be 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. And then the duration, how long the activity lasted. You have a start lag and said that's actually your location information. And then the call type, in this case, it was a voice call. Call status, whether it was completed or not completed. The direction, incoming or outgoing. Did he make the phone call or did somebody call him? And then you have the contact ID, which is who the device was contacting or interacting with.
Okay, and that would have been the phone number that it was, that in this case that we're looking at, an outgoing call was placed to.
Yes.
All right, so let's back up to the date, January 9th, 2024 that's what it says on Exhibit 33, correct?
Yes.
How do you know to do that date in particular for this case?
So for all of these maps, this was requested by the officer in charge.
That information is supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay, do you know the details of other parts of this investigation, or are you just taking the information the OIC gives you?
I know the general information, but they asked for a specific date and time, and this is what we place on the map.
Okay, and then moving over to the next row for time, it says 16:09 and 24 seconds, correct?
That's yes.
So that's my next question. You said that that's in UTC time. Can you describe or tell us what UTC time is?
No, this time that you have here is in our time, Eastern Standard Time. UTC time is Universal Time Coordinated, and that's like on the world clock. So you're going to have a -4 or a -5. The raw records come back to us in Universal Time Coordinated, and then we turn around and put it in our time so that you can read it and know that what time it happened here.
And so just to be clear, the 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. is what time it
Eastern
was
Standard
in
Time.
Detroit,
Yes.
where this one was at 4:09 on January 9th.
Yes.
And that's a conversion that you have to do based on whether it's -4 or -5.
Yes.
What does that depend on, -4 or -5?
It's the UTC time, Universal Time Coordinated. So it's on the world clock. So our Eastern Standard Time will change, fall back or spring forward based on the summer and the winter. And so during the summertime, it's going to be -4 from UTC time. And then during the wintertime, it's going to be -5. So we just put it in so that the time that you have here is Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then the two rows over, one next to duration, start, lack/CID. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that information means and why it's important?
So that's going to be your location information. Your LAC is location area code, and then the SID or CID is your cell ID.
Okay. And that is what allows you to generate, or part of what allows you to generate the map that we see below?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the map that we see below. First, you have those two lines going out in almost a incomplete triangle. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what's in the middle?
Yes. So the middle part, you're actually looking at a V, and it's going to be about a mile long here in the Metro Detroit area. The cell coverage that you're looking at for any particular tower is usually about a mile. So that V is a representation of the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. And then there's a little pie chart in the middle in a little shade. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, that is the intended area
Okay,
coverage.
so that's the mile that you were talking about?
Yes.
And then you have a blue dot located to just above the top line there. Can you tell us what that is indicating?
That blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and that was requested to be placed on the map at this particular date and time.
Okay. And so what essentially is your conclusion about this map that we're looking at here? What does all of this mean?
In this particular date and time, so January 9th at around 4:09 p.m., the target device that we're looking at ending in 8719 is consistent with being in the area of the 9,000 Connor.
And how precise is this location? I mean, you say in the area, there's no specific spot that you can say this was at this address. How precise can you get with this?
So we can only tell you what the address and location of the cell tower and their intended coverage. They actually give you that. So you're working with radio frequency. So it's not going to be an exact V that you see here. You're going to be working with radio waves. So it can be a little bit outside of the V or a little bit inside of the V, but basically this is just to demonstrate, the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. Going now to Exhibit 34, which is on the screen. First, is this the same information that we saw in Exhibit 33 across the top of the map in Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 4 rows here instead of 1. Why do you have 4 rows instead of 1 in this map?
In this instance, the officer in charge requested to see a travel duration. So during the time between, I have 1838 and 1922, there are actually others in between, which you can actually see in the raw record. But to put that many records that happened in between is a lot. So basically, we are showing the travel from, the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and then the black dot indicates Ypsilanti. And they wanted to depict it, the travel from 9,000 Connor down to Ypsilanti during this time period.
And the first time period that you have for row number 1 is 18:38 and 16 seconds.
Yes,
So that would be 6:38 p.m.
yes.
And is there a corresponding number on the map that relates to each row?
Yes, and row, you can actually see the row column. So number 1 is going to coincide with number 1, which is just leaving the 9,000 Connor area. And then you see on row number 2, it's depicted on the map as number 2. And it's traveling down 94 west. And then number 3 coincides with line number 3 and then 4 and so on.
Okay. And so your conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, would be that for number 4, at around 19:22 and 33 seconds, that phone was in the area of Ypsilanti.
Just west of it.
Just west of
yes.
it?
I believe there's a little town there, yes.
And 1923, that would be 7:22 p.m.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Going to exhibit 35. And on exhibit 35, which is on the screen now, you have, again, 4 rows, but there's different coloring for that information. Can you describe what we're looking at and what the coloring means?
Yes, so the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, again, and the purple dot indicates 13362 Willshire. And those are the 2 locations that the officer in charge requested to be placed on the map. And they wanted to show that this device was in the area of either of these locations and at what time.
Okay, and so can you tell us about the lines closer to the 9,000 Connor location and what ones those correspond to in your records up top there?
So this is an RTT report or a time in advance report. And the row number 1 and 2, which one is a dark blue line, and the other is a light blue line, all indicate approximately around the area of 9,000 Connor during the time of 2028 and 2042, which is 8:28 p.m. and 8:42 p.m.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that this phone was in the area of 9,000 Connor at those times on January 9th?
It's consistent with being around the area.
Okay. And then the other 2, the purple and pink lines, can you tell us about those?
So there's a dark purple and a light purple, and that's around the area of 13362 Willshire. And those are times of 2048 or 8:48 p.m. and then 2059 or 8:59.
Okay, so I was trying to put it in the comments. Let me make sure that we keeping up. Okay, my notes and what I heard was he was picking up at the tower at 9,000 Connor, which is his shop. That was at 4:09. He got to Ypsilanti at 7:22 p.m. He got to Willshire, which will be the Fiance. Okay. On Willshire, that's 13362 at 8:48 to 8:59. Is that what y'all picking up? That will also be in alignment with what King said, which is Cordell, the business partner. He said they got back to the shop around 8:40, 8:45. So when they left Ypsilanti at 7:22 p.m., they got back to the shop at 8:28 to 8:42 p.m. He went from the shop to Willshire. Not the Fiance, but that's his house. Well, she says she's staying on Willshire too. So whether that's her house or his house, he made a quick stop. It was like a 10-minute stop. The distance from the shop in Willshire is about, I think it was about 6 minutes. And that was between 8:48 and 8:59. Angel. Okay, that's his house with Angel. So he got 2 bitches on Willshire. Okay. All right, then. Okay, so let me keep playing.
9 p.m. So the RTT information has moved from around 9,000 Connor to 13362 Willshire during that particular time.
And so Does that indicate that the phone was traveling towards the direction of the Willshire address?
It could have been.
And you said RTT. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
RTT is a real-time tool or time in advance. Basically, it's a report that T-Mobile will send out, and it's historical location information. It's not.
Balfour and Outer Drive is the girlfriend, well, baby mama with the blue car. Balfour and Outer Drive is the baby mama with the blue car that he borrowed. What I'm getting is that he came back from Ypsilanti, went to the shop, left the shop, went to Willshire for about 10 minutes. Whatever he did on Willshire, it was quick. He grabbed something, hopped back in the car. Okay. We're going to get to Balfour in a minute.
Not necessarily based off of any type of activity. So you're not going to have phone calls during this time. It's not going to be, text messages or as long as the phone is on and the cell tower basically, or the base is able to get in contact with the device and back. So basically it's the time that it takes for a base station to send out a signal and then have it received back from the device.
Is it fair to say that that's more of a passive interaction between the phone? There's no input on the phone that's required for this?
There's no input required at all. There's not, any type of cellular activity at that time.
Which, y'all, is actually, that's important, okay? So the girl with the blue car, okay? So right now, the time frame, the timestamp that we're at is Willshire, 8:48 p.m. to 8:59. Remember, the baby mama with the blue car said that Jarvis went to her house between 9 and 9:30 to pick up the blue car. That is the Balfour and Outer Drive location. Okay. So he went from Willshire, which y'all said is a girl named Angel House. I'm not sure, but I know he went to Willshire. He went from Willshire to Balfour. If we're going according to the baby mama with the blue car, Latricia testimony.
It's basically for, efficiency and performance by the network.
Going to exhibit 36 now, which is on the screen. On that first page, you have 8 lines. Can you tell us the reason you have 8 lines and what they're indicating there?
Number 36 is a causal port and tower map of the date and time of January 9th from 22:53 or 10:53 p.m. to January 10th of 2024 at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And so that's the time you're analyzing here is from closer to midnight on the 9th going into the next morning, early morning on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And going to the second page of this exhibit, can you tell us what we're looking at in this map on the second page of exhibit 36?
In this map, we're looking at rows 1, 2, and 3. So the red dot that you have right there smack dab in the middle indicates 2000 Harper, which is the Park Crest Motel. And then the next slide has a different address associated with it. But what we're looking at right here.
Let me pause this, okay? Because it's important to note that Latricia, the baby mama who got his 2-year-old daughter, he went to her house between 9 and 9:30 per her words, which means that he would have spent nearly an hour at her location because he went from Willshire, that was 8:48 p.m. to 8:59 p.m. Then he went from there to Balfour and Outer Drive from 9 to 9:30. And then he went from Balfour and Outer Drive to the hotel, which is 20,000 Harper and Harper Woods. But he did not get there until 10:53 p.m. So that means he spent about an hour on Balfour and Outer Drive. I think that's important, and I'm confused as to why they didn't question her more about him being at her house before he went to the hotel. A whole hour. She seen Naziyah. She seen her. There's no way she didn't see her. Do y'all get what I'm saying? So she's sitting up there acting stupid with her little attitude, like she don't know what's going on and she don't know left from right, when he spent more time there than you're putting off. That's why she was so hostile when they was asking her questions. Because I'm thinking, like, why does she got an attitude? Like, you know, they're going to ask you the same questions over and over in different ways. Just answer the question and get off the stand. That's why he spent about an hour at her house between 9 and 9:30-ish to 10:53. When he got to the hotel at 10:53. Okay. And a hotel from Balfour is about 13 minutes. Okay. So I say roughly 45 minutes. How long do it take for you to pick up some keys and skirt and get on? No, you stayed there. Y'all talk, y'all chat. You seen Naziyah, whether she was in a car or whatever. She had to get in the car if he went to borrow the blue car. She had to get in the car. So you seen Naziyah. And they need to question Latricia a little bit more than what they did, a whole lot more. Because we already knowing it was more than one person involved in this whole thing. Okay. And I'm going to note that he got to 20,000 Harper in Harper Woods. That's Park Crest Motel. Somebody could put that in the chat for the people that catch the replay. That's 20,000 Harper in Harper Woods, Michigan. That's the Park Crest Motel. It is not located on Harper and Connor. He got there between 10:50. He got there at 10:53 p.m. after leaving Latricia, the baby mama with the blue car. He stayed there until 12:37 a.m. At this point, now it's January 10th. Okay. So we up to speed with this? Is anybody confused about the time frame and the location? I believe, Tiffany, he asked that question while they were still at the shop. He had asked that question while they were still at the shop. At this point, King is already supposedly gone because he got to be in the house by 9 o'clock because he got a tether on. But see, me, I see the loopholes. And I know they haven't questioned their witnesses enough. You said, but the hotel logger says 9:50 sign in time. Well, I'm going according to what the sergeant said, STL. Now, if he signed in at 9:50, okay, then that means maybe he only spent about 10-15 minutes at the baby mama house. Either way it go, he's still seeing Naziyah. Either way it go, the baby mama still seeing Naziyah because he had to put her, or she walked to get into the blue car. It still does not alleviate. It still doesn't alleviate her from the fact that she possibly highly seen Naziyah that night. Okay. Okay, I'm about to start it.
Here is the 2000 Harbor Park Crest Motel.
And is that in Harper Woods? If you know.
That I don't know.
That highway that it's just off of, that's 94 highway, correct?
Yes.
Oh, And the two towers or the two lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, you see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage, and then you have the light towers up, the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Parkhurst Motel.
Okay. And the phone was interacting with both those towers at 12:37 in the morning on the 10th.
Between 10:53 and 12:37 a.m.
And then going to the third page of this map, what are we looking at here on the third page, and what rows do they correspond to?
This third page is going to have a purple dot that indicates 4 East Alexandrian, and that is another location that was significant for the officer in charge to place on the map.
And sorry, maybe I missed you saying this. What rows does it correspond to on this map?
And that corresponds with the purple row. So each color represents the call detail records, the color on the call detail record report. So that's going to be row number 8 at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th of January.
And this is all for that target number ending in 8917, correct? That's 94 highway, correct?
Yes.
Oh. And the two towers or the two lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes. You see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage, and then you have the light towers up, the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Parkhurst Motel.
Okay. And the phone.
So I'm gonna pause it, and we're gonna go look at the map, okay? I see Don the Truth says she confused. What you're confused about, because I want you to understand what's happening. I know looking at the map and hearing them talk and pinpoint this and the time and all of that, the chart they got up, it can be confusing. But I got my notes written down, and I know I got my notes wrote down. It's factual, okay? So ask what you need to ask. Oh, shoot. So he went from Balfour, Outer Drive to 20,000 Harper. Okay, I said it was 13 minutes. That was incorrect. Balfour and Outer Drive to the hotel or motel, which will be 20,000 Harper, and Harper Woods is actually about a 5-6 minute drive, depending on which way he took, but he was picking up on 94, so that's the freeway. Okay, so we're gonna look at this hotel. Oh, let me share my screen, y'all. My bad. Yeah, I don't like to be loud and wrong. We're gonna have to deal with the facts. I feel like I entertained enough foolery, enough bullshit. Okay, enough bullshit. I ain't heard nobody mention this or how long he stayed at the baby mama house with the blue car. Okay, so as y'all can see, I don't know if y'all can see. That's too small. Excuse me. All right. So it's 5 to 6 minutes from the baby mama house with the blue car. Here is the street view of the hotel. Now, we can count the cameras that I see. You can't really go in. I want to show y'all the address. This is the address, so we know we at the right spot. It's 20,000 Harper, Parkcrest Inn. Okay. I see a camera here. So they definitely should have got him pulling in this motherfucker. Pulling in here. And then I'm sure it's cameras all right here by the door. They should have gotten that as well. And then I'm sure it's cameras in here where they go into their room. They should have gotten that on camera as well. I went around back. There is about, I think it was at least 2 cameras in the back of the building as well. I'm not going to take us back there unless y'all want to go back there. We can go back there. But I did look earlier. Okay. But I know for a fact, most businesses have a camera by their door. And when you coming into their business, which that's facts. Okay. Now, let me see what else we need to see here. Oh, you want to go see? Okay. Okay, I'll take y'all back there. Let's go back there. Says the camera in the top left. That's the one I just showed. The camera in the top left at the entrance coming going into the hotel off of 94. Okay. But let's go to the back of the building. In the side and all of that. So say, I just feel like a lot of them, I feel like they purposely dropped the ball on this case. Everybody from the hotel to the school to the police department to that white guy we just seen, the forensics guy, like, or whoever he was. Like, okay, it's one here. So even if they had came from this right off 94 as well onto Park Crest Street, it's a camera right there. Can't miss it. Okay. Shannon testified that that's the corner she picked Jarvis. Yes, she did. Balfour and Outer Drive. And I even went into maps and looked at how long it would have took for Naziyah to walk from where she was walking from to get to Balfour and Outer Drive. Because why was she asking about that? I think she was trying to get to that location. I looked that up on maps too. Okay, so we seen one at the corner right here. It's looking like it's a camera right here as well. This looks like a camera, but I'm not 100% sure. But it do look like one to me. So let's say it is one. That could be a camera, right, y'all? That look like a camera. So that's 2 so far in the back. And it looked like another one that's right here. So they not missing nothing. They got cameras surrounding this building, and this is not 15 cameras. So that lets me know that Roxy was at the wrong hotel. This is not 15 cameras. She said she counted 15 around the building. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4 around the building. Okay. So it could be about, I'd say about 3 more on the inside of the building here where I can't get to, but I'm assuming that they have cameras near the entry for sure. So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras. Okay. Trying to see if it was one on the corner of this building. I can't really tell, so. Okay. So now he at the Park Crest Motel or hotel. You say maybe they've updated since. Well, even if they did update since, that would mean they will have more cameras than they did back in 2024. If they updated, they should have more. My thing is, somebody's seen something. That's my whole point. Whether they updated the system or not, or whatever, if they got a camera with him going into the building, then they got a camera with him coming out of the building. Hold on, let me look. That's the street view that I was looking at. This is from, oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, because it says 2018. This is the only one that they have. This is the only one that they have. But again, August 2018, look, if I can go drive by here myself and count them with my own 2 eyeballs in person, then I would do that. But I can't right now. So this is what we're going to have to go off. We know back in 2018, they had at least 5 cameras, at least. The travel in was an incorrect location. According to Sergeant, and I don't see how she got this wrong, Sergeant Melanie, and she was sitting in on the trial the whole time. And she had a notebook with a pen because I seen her in the crowd. So I don't know how she mixed that up when she was actually there in person. But the Sergeant Melanie clearly said 20,000 Harper Avenue in Harper Woods. That's where his phone was picking up on the tower, and it's a mile radius from the tower. So he was indeed at the Park Crest in Harper Woods. Okay. But we ain't gonna focus too much on their camera equipment. Let's just say it's updated and they have, they had him going in the building, which is strange to not catch him going out the building, because we see from the maps that they have cameras surrounding their whole building. All right, let's go. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on with my sound. I know they lying. It was just working. Dang, you can't hear me either? Okay, hold on. Can y'all hear me? Oh, Tiffany says she can hear me. Okay, I restarted it anyway. The number 111 is very significant on this case too, y'all. Y'all know I'm into synchronicities and colorology and things like that. Colors. I've been seeing a lot of the same colors throughout this case. And I've also been seeing the number 111 throughout this case a lot too. A lot. Even one of the timestamps on here is 111 a.m. But we're finna get to that. We're finna get to that.
Number 36 is a cause report and tower map of the date and time of January 9th from 22:53 or 10:53 p.m. to January 10th of 2024 at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And so that's the time you're analyzing here, is from closer to midnight on the 9th going into the next morning, early morning on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
right, and going to the second page of this exhibit. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this map on the second page of exhibit 36?
In this map, we're looking at rows 1, 2, and 3. So this, the red dot that you have right there smack dab in the middle indicates 2000 Harper, which is the Park Crest Motel. And then the next slide has a different address associated with it. But what we're looking at right here is the 2000 Harper Park Crest Motel.
And is that in Harper Woods? If you know.
That I don't know.
That highway that it's just off of, that's 94 highway, correct?
Yes.
Oh. And the two towers or the two lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes. You see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage. And then you have the light towers up, the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Park Crest Motel.
Okay. And the phone was interacting with both those towers at 12:37 in the morning on the 10th?
Between 10:53 and 12:37 a.m.
And then going to the third page of this map, what are we looking at here on the third page, and what rows do they correspond to?
This third page is going to have a purple dot that indicates 4 East Alexandrian, and that is another location that was significant for the officer in charge to place on the map.
And
So did y'all hear that location? He said these calls are before Annette Evil Sub went to school and told them that Naziah hadn't been home since getting. You talking about the calls that you see on the screen? Because he made so many calls in between the 9th, the 10th, and 11th. I really want them to disclose who he was talking to and how long. I wrote down the times that he was talking to certain numbers around the time that she went missing. And we need to know who you was talking to and why. Okay, so right now, what y'all see on the screen is a location that I have heard nobody say. Okay, this is very important. He went to 4 East Alexandrian, okay, from the hotel Park Crest to 4 East Alexandrian, okay. He got to 4 East Alexandrian at 1:11 a.m. January 10th, okay. So we're gonna put a distance in the map for that. This is why I feel like everybody was so focused on 7 Mile area. They missed the whole stop. He have made plenty of stops since we've been on this live. He could have done anything with Naziah in between these times before he even got to, at about time he got to 7 Mile and Berg, he could have just been trying to ditch stuff out his car. That's how she lost a shoe. That's how she lost a jumpsuit. He probably took her clothes off. He probably, she probably was fighting and lost the shoe. Anything could have happened in between the time that it actually took him to get to 7 Mile, Evergreen, 7 Mile, Berg area, and Greenfield. Okay, so this is important. See, when I look into stuff, I'm gonna look into stuff. I'm a Scorpio. This is what we do. Okay, so the distance from the hotel, which is Park Crest, to 4 East Alexandrian is a 15-minute drive, 18 tops. Okay, 18 minutes tops, 15 at minimum. I'm sure he was doing over the speed limit, so we're gonna say about 10, 12, 15 minutes. Okay, he was going quick. Now, let me share my screen with y'all so y'all can see what this location is. So that's Harper Woods going down 94 West to get down to Midtown area. And this is 4 East Alexandrian. Okay. This is what that looks like here. Looks like an apartment building or something. I was trying to see if this was like a elderly home. What you call it? You know, where the elderly people live at. That's what it was given to me. But I don't think it is. This is an apartment building. Okay. Or if anybody know anything about this right here, the Bicentennial Tower. I think I'm saying it right. Anybody know anything about this? This is a Section 8 project. Oh, that's even worse. Section 8 project. You know, no offense to anybody, but what I'm saying is this could have been another one of his girlfriends. And yes, it is off Woodward. This could have been they missing this out. I didn't hear them question nobody about this location. Who lives here? Who lives here? And why weren't they questioned? He spent nearly, I think it was about almost 24 hours at this location. Where the hell is this person at and why they not on the stand? Because remember, he didn't take the car back. Well, I ain't going to say 24 hours because I think the 10th is when he took the car back to the girl with the blue car. Okay, Latricia. He took the car back to her about 8:30 a.m. because she said he came in time to take her son to school. Okay. So he was here from 1:11 till about 8:30 that morning for sure. They're going to say during this questioning and her on the stand, okay, that he was there almost 24 hours. We need answers. We need answers because the girl with the blue car is claiming that he came that morning at 8:30. Did he come that morning or at 8:30 on the 10th a.m. or not? And if he didn't, why would you say he did come? Okay. So y'all picking up what I'm putting down? I can stop sharing this screen. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Who said they wasn't sure? She said she was for a fact sure that he came at 8:30 that morning because her son had to be to school. Now, the second time he came and picked up the vehicle, she claimed she couldn't remember the time. She couldn't remember the day. Like you can't go through your phone or you couldn't have went through your text messages and seen him asking about, you know, borrowing a car again, whether that was on the 10th or 11th. But how is it that he was out on the 11th 7 Mile Berg area still roaming around? Maybe he kept the car a lot longer than what she's saying he kept the car. You know, this is just my speculation. This is just my speculation because according to what she's saying in these time frames, he was at Alexandrian, what I just showed y'all, for about 22 hours. But then she's saying something different. Say he was there at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th, and then he left the location of 4 East Alexandrian at 11:40 p.m. How many hours is that? And oh, he didn't go straight back to the east side. He went from 4 East Alexandrian to Greenfield and 7 Mile area. So how long did he really have your car? Did he really bring your car back, Latricia, baby mama with the blue car? Or did he keep it a few days? Because he ain't had time to go back and forth to the east side, keep switching cars and hopping in and out of cars, unless when he went to 4 East Alexandrian, he got that car. Either way it go, he can't drive 2 cars at once. Somebody had to assist him on this. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get to the comments, y'all. Hold on a second. He said, yeah, you remember she said they sound from Detroit. I'm very familiar with every area in the discussion. Good, good, good. Somebody say 153 in Milwaukee. Shout out to you, Deshima. You remember that exactly right, sis. Girl, I love you too, Tiffany. Listen, we gonna get to the bottom of it. Oh, New Jack City. Oh Lord. He said he probably threw clothes in different areas. Right. Because he went to so many different locations. He probably like, I'm going to throw a little bit of here, a little bit of here, a little bit of there, in case they do catch me up. Or he probably thought that they would just, go unnoticed. He probably didn't think they would even track down where he was at. But I don't see how, when everybody watch, Law and Order and things like that. They track your phone. Like, if you don't know nothing else, your phone is being tracked. Okay? That's the worst thing you can do is have your phone on you. He should have left that phone at that shop. If he really wanted to do what he was going to do, that's what he should have did.
Sorry, maybe I missed you saying this. What rows does it correspond to on this map?
And that corresponds with the purple row. So each color represents the call detail records, the color on the call detail record report. So that's going to be row number 8 at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th of January.
And this is all for that target number ending in 8917, correct?
8719.
8719, sorry, thank you. All for the same number.
Yeah, all of these reports are for the same number.
And does that indicate to you that the phone moved from that Park Crest location down to where this is on Alexandrian?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last page of this exhibit, is this just an overview of both of those maps that we just looked at?
Yes, it is. So you'll see in the beginning, or I'm sorry, at the end of the 9th at around 10:53, it's up at the Park Crest Motel up there on the northeast side, and then it travels down at around 1:11 in the morning on the 10th down to the purple area.
And that's the Alexandrian.
It is.
Going now to exhibit 37, which is on the screen. And do you have it there?
I do.
First, can you tell us again what we're looking at in the 3 rows on the first page of this exhibit?
So this is a time in advance report. You've got the row, the target, the date, and these are all in the color black and on the map for the second page. And basically it's showing on January 10th, 2024 from 22:51, which is 10:51 p.m. to 22:53 or 10:53 p.m.
So later in the day on the 10th.
On the second day, yes.
Okay, and so we moved almost 24 hours, or 20 hours up from the last map, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the second page. And where is this phone interacting with on at the times that you just said, later in the day on the 10th?
The information received from the cell phone company is right around Greenfield and 7 Mile.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh. And going now to exhibit 38. We're looking at a lot more rows on exhibit 38. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the time period right after we were looking at 7 Mile and Greenfield.
Y'all see all them calls he made from on the 10th? I'm talking about back to back. It's over 28 calls back to back to outgoing. All of these is outgoing. At this point, he panicking. Now he panicking. He trying to figure out something, because who calls somebody back to back? Look at the time. Every minute he calling somebody. You got from 23:42, which I don't even know what time that is, military time, but I think it's like 11 something at night. And just look, 42, 45. Hold on, y'all. Let me lay her down. We ain't about to get on my nerve, girl. Let's go. Okay. You said looks like the same number, right? I mean, in a matter of 42 to 57, he made over 28 calls. Who is you calling? Let's see how long he was talking to them. At this time right here, he talked to them for 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A lot of times they weren't picking up. 1 minute. That's enough time to plan some shit.
Filled. That time was all the way up until 22:53. So here we have from 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m. to 23:59, 11:59 p.m. And this is all on the same night of the 10th.
Okay. And this is so just about 40 minutes after the previous map, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And was there any information in the records, if you know, between those two times, that 40-minute gap there?
They gave us a time in advance records.
Okay. And going to the second page of this, on the map here, first, can you tell us what that red dot indicates on this map?
So that red dot indicates 7 Mile and Berg.
And in terms of the circles around that, what do those represent?
The time in advance distance from the cell tower. So that's all going to be around 7 Mile and Berg area.
And is it fair to say then that this phone was interacting with those towers at the times you indicated around the 7 Mile and Berg area?
Yes.
And can you go back up to the first page? In row 1, what is the time there?
Row 1 is going to be on January 10th of 2024, 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m.
And then the last row, what is the time on the last row?
January 10th of 2024 at 23:59. And that was just because the officer had asked for just that day. It actually indicates that it stays there for a little bit more in the morning.
Okay, how much more in the morning if you know?
We actually have it in the next exhibit.
Oh, perfect. And so that phone on this exhibit, was it there from 11:40 to, at the very least, midnight almost on the 10th, correct?
The time advance records, yes.
And again, this is time in advance. This is the passive interaction, no input from the phone or the user, correct?
Yes, no calls, no text, no nothing. This is just the signals that the base station is getting to the device.
And going to exhibit 39. And can you tell us what we're looking at on the first page of 39?
So this is going to be essentially a combination of the last two exhibits that we just saw. So this is going to be from January 10th of 2024 at 9:49 p.m. or 21:49 to January 11th of 2024, the next day or the next morning at 1:34 a.m.
Okay. And going to the second page of this exhibit now. First, on the far left side, can you go back up to the first page? In row 1, what is the time there?
Row 1 is going to be on January 10th of 2024, 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m.
And then the last row, what is the time on the last row?
January 10th of 2024 at 23:59. And that was just because the officer had asked for just that day. It actually indicates that it stays there for a little bit more in the morning.
Okay, how much more in the morning if you know?
We actually have it in the next exhibit.
Oh, perfect. And so that phone on this exhibit, was it there from 11:40 to, at the very least, midnight almost on the 10th, correct?
The time advance records, yes.
And again, this is time in advance. This is the passive interaction, no input from the phone or the user, correct?
Yes, no calls, no text, no nothing. This is just the signals that the base station is getting to the device.
And going to exhibit 39. And can you tell us what we're looking at on the first page of 39?
So this is going to be essentially a combination of the last two exhibits that we just saw. So this is going to be from January 10th of 2024 at 9:49 p.m. or 21:49 to January 11th of 2024, the next day or the next morning at 1:34 a.m.
Okay. And going to the second page of this exhibit now. First, on the far left side of the screen, what area is that again that we're looking at?
On the far left of the screen is going to be the red dot indicating 7 Mile and Bird.
And that's the same area that we saw in the last exhibit in 38, right?
Yes.
And in terms of what rows correspond to that one, how long was that phone there in that area into the next morning on the 11th?
You have, let me see. Okay, so starting with row 1, it's down in the purple area, bottom right-hand screen. You see that the purple dot indicates 4 East Alexandrian, which we looked at a map from earlier. And then it goes to it's actually still there around the area of 4 Alexandrian, which is the purple on line 2. Then you see it started traveling up to number 3, which is in the light blue area, which is in the middle one, just above the dark red. And then you see it show to the dark blue after the light blue, which is going to be still traveling north. And then that 7 Mile in Greenfield, which is that blue dot, and then going over to the 7 Mile in Burke.
And the 7 Mile in Greenfield, we looked at that one, I believe it was
We did.
36.
Yes.
And so where does the phone end up and at what time is the last entry for the 7 Mile and Bird area?
So the 7 Mile in Burke area is at 134.13, number 8. And then you see that big kind of curved line. That's actually going to be line number 9. And that's when the device is essentially, moving away from the location.
Okay. And so that phone then was there from in that area of 7 Mile and Bird from about 12:40 to 1:34.
12:40 with,
Sorry, 11:40.
11, yeah. Yes, 11:40 p.m. to around 1:34 a.m. on
And-
the 11th.
And on the 11th at 1:34 a.m., it starts to move away, which is row number 9 on your first page there.
Yes.
Oh.
So they mean to tell me they didn't have nobody else to question? They can't add witnesses at the trial, right, y'all? Because ain't no way he made all of these stops. And I'm not talking about no short stops. That East Alexandria Street, he stayed there for quite some time. The 7 Mile in Evergreen, he stayed there it says it was quick. I think it says 40. I wrote down 40 minutes. But I know 7 Mile in Burke, he stayed there for at least an hour and 45 minutes. And you mean to tell me, yeah, I know it's only the preliminary hearing. I get it. But to have them on a record to begin with, I think will positively impact the trial. The people that came in contact with him at this location, the 7 Mile in Greenfield, the 7 Mile in Burke, and also 4 East Alexandrian, and all of that. Like, we need to hear from them people because he was not by himself. And I know one of the content creators that I played yesterday, a couple days ago, he was saying, I think the 7 Mile in Burke areas where one of his baby mama stayed in that area. But if she is over a mile from this location, then we could count her out because it wouldn't pick up at this particular tower. It will pick up somewhere else. So I'm not sure how close her address is. I might have to look it up. Because I got the address. I just, I didn't put it in. You said so many more. Yeah. Other women, people at the hotel. You say his son was probably with him. Or maybe he lied about going to pick his son up altogether. Because I don't see why he would have his son with him, DeMarcus, to go get rid of somebody. You say play the lead detective. She spoke with a woman at Alexandria. They better have. 7 Mile in Evergreen is where his baby mama lived. Yeah, I know. I've already dived into old boy content that you're talking about. And like I said, if she's over a mile from this area right here that you see on this red, it would not pick up at this tower, which means we can cross her out. But I'm gonna get my facts straight with that and get back with you and see how far she is from this location. But look, everybody guilty at this point. He said, good morning, just found your channel. Hey, Sean. Yes, there's a lot going on. You say y'all was trying to find the DNA. I think Rion Green testimony. Okay, I'm gonna have to check into that. Okay. You say from the amount of women Jarvis had, he never did anything by himself. Exactly. And they are willing to cover up for him. So
And
did
you
y'all
had-
hear did y'all hear Mimi confirm that? I ain't found no video of her confirming that yet, so I don't want to ride that train just yet unless y'all have the baby name. Do he got Jarvis' last name or something? I bet he did too. I bet he did too, Mary. His heart probably dropped in the flow like, oh my, he thought he had got rid of everything. No, you too sloppy for that. They say Mimi was destroying evidence. I mean, she's definitely compromising evidence if she's, you know, breaking and entering. Mimi is the lady that was going into the location where Roxy wound up popping up, and they was talking back and forth, and she was trying to see. She basically was looking for Naziyah at the location where the medium. It was a medium that was giving like no locations and things like that, to my understanding, and she went out looking, and I think she went to Jarvis car shop as well, breaking and entering in both locations. And I feel like she compromised the whole situation. And what if they wanted to, what if they was going to eventually go in there? Who knows? He said Mimi need to catch a charge for compromising. Antoinette said that. I agree. Right, they found out Mimi has a child with him. But my thing is, how they know? We can't just be saying anything. I need to know for a fact. She shut her page down.
earlier that part of the search warrant return from T-Mobile includes subscriber information, correct?
Yes,
And did you get the subscriber information for this target phone number that we've been talking about?
yes.
And do you remember what the name associated with this account was?
One of the subscribers didn't show any information. The other subscriber it was spelled wrong. It's like Jaris.
And what was the last name?
Butts.
Butts?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, George?
Yes.
Can you go back to the exhibit that we were talking about for the Park Crest Motel?
Yes.
I
Yes.
believe that's exhibit 36, correct?
Yes.
And what's the address for the Park Crest Motel that's listed on there?
20,000 Harper.
Maybe I misheard you. I think I said 2,000 earlier. I just wanted
Oh, I apologize. It's 20,000.
20,000 Harper? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
I have one question. Back on exhibit 38, the last one was 30 mile an hour with the top left corner.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess this one works.
This is 38.
This is 38?
Did you make 39?
Yes. 39. So there's an image of a house in the bottom right in purple. You have blue is the car. The left in the 7 mile an hour is shoes. What does that indicate? Or footprints?
I believe there was possibly some evidence there. That's
Okay, I
why.
didn't know what the different images, if it was significant.
No.
Thank you. I don't know if you have questions based off of what I asked.
No, I don't.
So I don't think she said anything about when he left 7 Mile and Berg area on the 11th at 1:34 a.m. So I guess at this point we could just assume that he went back to the east side. What's that noise? I think I was reading. I must have missed that part. What'd she say? STL. Where did he go when he left the 7 Mile Berg area? Right, Cora. Yeah, Tiffany Hicks. Trying to remember. He had to go back to the girl car who he borrowed. That's what I'm thinking. Right, he left the area, but I'm trying to figure out where he went when he left the area. But if he had old girl car with the blue car, then he probably went over there because she said he didn't keep her car for that long. It was probably, she said it was for a couple of hours. But where it doesn't show him, they did not mention him going back to her house on Balfour and Outer Drive. They did not mention that at all once he went to her house before going to the hotel on Harper. Guess right now I'm gonna just assume that he had the car for a couple of hours, which he did. He had it for an hour, 45 minutes to 2 hours, maybe. And then he went back to Balfour and Outer Drive to return her car. They say she's not going to be over the trial, unfortunately. I don't think he left her at the hotel. He did too much moving around. Right. He had a few, but my thing is, she didn't mention that he went back to the east side. Every time was counted for. So somebody lying at that point. All the way up until the 11th at 1:34 p.m., he was at 7 Mile and Berg. So literally from the 9th, January 9th, 2024, 6:38 p.m. all the way up to 1:11:24 at 1:34 a.m. She just told us everything that he did in between that time. And not one of them times, once he left the east side, did he go back to the east side according to this sergeant. Now, maybe it's a loophole there. Maybe it's more information there because she did say it's a ton of more information that she did not mention because I wonder why. Not sure why. So you don't think he left her there? They need to ask the motel, did he take blankets with him? They need to ask the people at that motel a whole bunch of stuff. You say no, 36th District Court only for bindovers, right? This is going to Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, yes. Okay, I'm not sure why. But if y'all want to click any of the links, y'all can go to the description, if that's helpful at all, and click the links. If you want to donate, you can click the link as well. If you want to donate to my GoFundMe and help me and my children stay in a home, you can also donate to that as well. I'm not one to beg, but that's just what I'm dealing with right now. I just, as an escape or whatever you want to call it, I just dive into the things that I actually care about. So, Radiant says he had her car for 12 hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. the next morning. She said that was unusual. Right. She said that, but then she also said that he came and borrowed her car either on the 10th or the 11th. She can't remember which day. But what I'm saying is, once he got her car, according to the sergeant right here that we're looking at on the screen, she said she had a time frame for everything from starting from the 9th until the 11th. Only one time did he go to Balfour and out of drive, and that was before he went to the hotel, before he headed west on 94. He went from the hotel to Alexandrian to 7 Mile in Greenfield, 7 Mile in Evergreen, and 7 Mile in Berg. Her ID was found on 7 Mile in Evergreen. So we know for a fact he was there. I get what y'all saying, but I'm telling y'all what I just listened to. And if you were here, you just listened to the same thing. She never said he went back to Balfour and out of drive. Now, if that's part of the evidence, or if that's part of, further evidence that they have, then I guess. But she never said he went back after leaving the East until 1:34 a.m. January 11th. And maybe he done. I feel like you know what? Somebody said this in a comment too. I was thinking, like, how would a mechanic, what would a mechanic think to do to get rid of a body or dispose of a body, right? Like, what would they do? What if he, I don't know if they check. I was thinking about like the junkyard, the scrap yards. Don't people scrap their cars and stuff like that? I don't know why the links is doing that. I wonder if I could copy and paste it. Hold on, let me see something. Dang, I don't even have it. I don't even have it on my phone. But the links are there, y'all. The links are there in the description. Thank you to my mod. What's the word for today? Yeah, it's definitely some weird hours. I'm just going based off what I just heard in the notes that I took when I heard it. Okay. Now, if he went back to her house, quote unquote, and returned the car, came back the next day or two, got the car again, maybe so. But do I think that she's in the river? According to his moves that he was making, she could be at 3 or 4 different locations. And right, junkyard, scrapyard, like, do they even check the cars that they're scrapping or, that they smashing? They literally, like, do they check these things? I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, said no lie to check GPS the whole river. And they claim they checked the river. Maybe they need to check the river again. But a lot of people believe that she was buried on the open land space. If we look at the location at where they found her ID, he could have buried her even where their area is. It's a land space where a house should be. He could have even buried her in the alley somewhere, along the alley or in that area. Who knows? Because the lady who found the ID, that bus stop is right by an open field area. Not a field, but like a a nice land space. Yeah. I don't remember that, but I feel like they'll do anything to get rid of a body. He said, I think they switched cars because. Oh, you think they switched cars with the old girl? Or they could have followed him to the west side. That's what I'm really getting at, too. If he didn't go back to the west side, according to the sergeant's statement, if he didn't go back, then that means somebody was probably following him. I think he probably buried her and he had somebody to help him do it. You're welcome, Radiant. Landfill, yep. And honestly, I'm thinking about the time. Remember, I said that he stopped on Willshire and he stopped at Balfour and he stopped those two locations for sure. If the fiance testified and said they got a gun from her location, or he said it in the phone call when he was talking to the baby mama with the blue car, that yeah, they picking up guns and everything. I feel like he might have used that weapon. Remember, she had like 2 holes in her black sweater that wasn't there before she became missing. What y'all think? I think that he had enough time to go pick up a weapon. He had enough time. Also, y'all, the other day I was woke up out my sleep. You know how it sounds when somebody got something in their mouth on the movies and they got somebody hostage and they got their mouth stuffed with like a rag or some type of tissue or something where they can't speak. I heard somebody like speaking like that and I forgot what the words was. I have put it in my memo on my phone. I can't go to it right now, but I was hearing like a struggle. Basically, it was a struggle. So he could have put Naziyah in a position where she was struggling to breathe, struggling to fight, holding her down, holding her mouth closed. Okay, I don't feel like I'm having these visions for nothing. And I be in that REM sleep, that sleep when you just dozing off, but you in between. It's like you in that in between sleep. That's when it comes to me. So I know that I'll be channeling at that time. So I feel like he definitely attacked her. I feel like that's probably why she only had one shoe that he threw off in the field, because it was a struggle. I feel like that was definitely a struggle. And the fact that hoodie do got 2 holes in it that I counted, and it's had a lot of blood on it. That hoodie had a lot of blood on it. That pink jumpsuit did too. I don't know if the gym shoe had blood on it, but it could have. It could have. They didn't say if it did. He said, and see how close they are compared to her house location. What is, that Woodingham, the baby mama? Yeah, let me look at that. Again, I feel like it was some type of weapon involved. This is just my speculation. Okay. Right, they got on his phone real quick. What was it? 7 Mile in Evergreen to 19700. Whittingham. STL Oh, I'm about to say that I don't think that was the address. Okay, but you said that's where they found the little other body. It's saying it's about It's about 11 minutes. So Evergreen and 7 Mile is about 11 minutes from 19700 Woodingham, where they found the Jane Doe body, who they said was a little girl. But the miles is 4.9 miles from that distance. So that means that it wouldn't have picked up at the 7 Mile and Evergreen Tower, but it might have picked up at the 7 Mile and nope, that's Wyoming. I think it's a little bit too far out, even from Greenfield. Let me try Greenfield just to make sure. That still will be at 2.9 miles, so it still wouldn't be in that radius of the tower. So that may not have been why do I keep wanting to say Naziyah? Naziyah. That may not have been Naziyah at that Jane Doe location. You said who address? The grandma? What's the grandma address? And whose grandma? Y'all try to use names instead of he, she, her, them. Try to use names so I know exactly who y'all talking about. And y'all, as I was doing a deep dive into this case earlier, why did I discover? Okay, wait, you say, oh my God, my grandma Addie is 18717 Woodingham. I don't think it's her. Based off what I'm seeing on Google, it will be out of the radius for the tower to pick up on his phone. Bedford. The grandma stay on oh, okay. Right. But why did I discover that Jarvis's big sister used to be my supervisor at my job, and I couldn't stand that lady because she could not stand me. And she was dating one of the younger guys at my job too. He was like in his 20s. And I think I wrote down, let me see. Because Jarvis is 42. His birthday is November 21st, 1982. Okay. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 siblings. Okay. He has at least 6 siblings. His sister name, I think he got 3 sisters or 4. He got Tijuana Butts, who's 46. He has Brenda Butts. Well, according to the internet, she will be 62. Now, I don't know if Brenda Butts will be their mother. Do anybody know Jarvis's mother name? She will be 62. He has another sister named Diamond. Now, I did find Diamond. She's about 29. Diamond Butts. She on Facebook. And then Shakima Butts. She on Facebook too, but she don't be on her page. Shakima Butts is the one that I used to work with that was my supervisor. And when I tell y'all know how y'all had them managers at your job where they like to micromanage everything you do. And how old is Shakima again? Shakima is 45. So she would be the second oldest. So it would be Tijuana, it would be Shakima, and then Jarvis. And that lady was so wicked. That was a wicked lady, y'all. That was a wicked lady. It got so bad to the point where I cussed her out really bad. She was like playing favoritism with the employees, especially with me. Like, she would always make little comments about me. One day she walked up to me and she was like, when you gonna take your hair down so I can get my hair done like yours? Now y'all see how I got my hair. I wear my hair like this quite often. I had an updo though. It was really pretty. It was bigger than this. And don't talk to me while I'm doing this. What is that? What is that? I don't care. Go ahead. It's my oldest son, y'all. They be throwing me off when they start talking to me while I'm talking. But anyway, she was just came off very jealous, very hostile to me. And just this animosity towards me for no reason, trying to micromanage me in the workplace. And I was basically like a CNA for a long time. I've been a CNA for a long time, so I know I do my job very well. Okay. But she would make it seem like I was not doing my job and things like that. But it got so bad to the point where there was a girl who was working with me, and I was working nights, and she had went outside the house for like 5 hours, didn't do no work that night, blah, blah, blah. The managers reached out to me. Next thing I know, I'm telling them about what Shakima Butts had did to me and what she had said and how she had been treating me. Everything was just coming out. And then they was like, okay, thank you so much or whatever. And I'm like, yeah. And before the managers contact me, one day I left too soon. Sometimes when you going to homes to do care, you have the phone to clock in. So I had forgot to clock out when I left the house. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Shit, I forgot. I was sleepy. I was just trying to get home. But she called my phone trying to cuss me out. And I tell her, don't you ever call my fucking phone like that ever again. I don't give a damn. I don't care who you is, lady. But she just had a nasty spirit about her. Like, she had the nasty type of spirit that when she walked into the room, if you are not aware or confident within yourself, it's like everybody bowed down to her. That's the type of spirit she got. She was definitely giving me like dark witch vibes. And I remember thinking that like she got a wicked spirit about herself. And me, I'm just how I am on screen. This is how I am all the time until you awaken that dark side of the Scorpio. But for the most part, I'm chill. I'm on my business. I go do my job. I don't talk a lot, but when you don't talk a lot, people got a problem with that too. Houseway, But she's had an evil spirit. So then when I looked, I said Shakima Butts. That's a name I couldn't remember because I'm like, that's that lady. I said, let me make sure that's her. And lo and behold, it was that lady. It was that lady. She got really like fine hair and she like really petite. And she like she a little darker than Jarvis. But if she didn't have a nasty spirit about her, so she'd be a really gorgeous lady, honestly. She really would. But she's just very mean. Very mean. He said, you and I are Tiana, yes. So yeah, when I seen that, I was like, wow, this is not a coincidence. I actually got to experience one of his sisters. And she quiet on Facebook. You say Brenda could be his mama. I thought so too. I'm like 62. Brenda could be his mama. I also found a Hattie Butts. She 99 years old. She live in Arizona. So she might be the grandma. If she's still living at this point. But they got a lot of siblings. You said you just ran his name. They have him living on Grayton, Hazelwood, Lakewood. They do. They need to check all of them. Mm-hmm. That's how you spell Shakima Batman. That's it. Yep. She wound up getting fired though because they found out that now this is what my fellow employees, co-workers, not employees, were telling me. Okay. But I think it was really true. I think it was a whole collective of us that may have had some things to say about Shakima, and the fact that they found out that she was allegedly sleeping with the young boy that was in his 20s. I think that affected her job. It was getting messy. Now, I ain't saying she nothing like Jarvis, okay? I said this is alleged. That was my experience at the workplace. I'm just giving y'all the spiel, okay? You said now Brenda lived on Trinity, which is in the... Oh, okay, okay. Let me see what address I wrote down. Because I have an address for Brenda on Dickerson. But if you saying that she in Rule Park, then that makes sense. He ain't finna go nowhere where he don't know who around in that area, right? He knows somebody. Mm-mm. Oh, you say he look just like Jarvis. Mm-mm. Just a mess. She should have set her ass down somewhere. She ain't even had to do none of that she was doing. She could have stayed silent. You say darkness and evil people are very true. That's very true. But it was like, you see how I said she tried to compliment my hair, but then at the same time asked me when I was going to take it down so she can get that same hairstyle. Very weird. I was looking at her like, oh, okay. You know, girl, get your own hairstyle. I just remember how she used to come in every morning, like 7:30. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I was like, ugh, shut up, please. And he said, good morning, good morning. It's always illegible. Where there's smoke, there's fire, yeah. You say you heard his other sisters are beautiful. They are. I've seen them. You say I heard they look better than the sisters that testify. I think they all look alike, honestly. You say I didn't know Annette was in her 40s. She is young. Yeah, she looked young. Annette looked young to me. And Annette don't look ugly to me either, y'all. I know we want to think she ugly because she act ugly. She act ugly. That lady act ugly. And I know we want to think that, but she really not an ugly lady for real. And she do look fairly young, especially if she start having kids at 11. She's young. Yeah. Came from... Say how they checked all the parks before winter. Listen, we don't know. I honestly don't know, Brittany. I don't know. Exactly. She has been. Condescending, yeah. He said Lakewood Park is a perfect dumping area. Oh, I don't know about Lakewood Park, but if y'all say it is, I believe it. Yeah, she do. She definitely look younger than her daughters. She definitely do. All right. You said she by Sheree? Oh, y'all is funny. Yes, Annette in her 40s. That's what they say. If she in her 40s, maybe she in her late 40s going on 50. He said, it's crazy, look younger than your twins. Listen, child. She ain't used to though. Y'all want to see how Annette used to look? For the ones that ain't been snooping on Facebook like me, she lost a lot of weight. Annette lost a lot of weight, and Shannon lost a lot of weight. He said they didn't even ask how they left her house after dropping the car. Use names, y'all. Please use names, so I know exactly who you're talking about. Lakewood Park. It's in history. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess if it's not breaking and entering into somebody's house or building, I guess you can go to some of the locations that's open for anybody to walk up to. You say I'm older than that. Oh, okay, good. She say she older than that. That lady been going through a lot of stress, and she be angry all the time. That's been aged her about 15 years. You say Roxy mama. Roxy is Naziyah's cousin, so I guess that could make Roxy Annette's cousin, or Annette could be Roxy's aunt. Oh, you say show the picture? Okay. Damn, I might have talked too fast. Let me make sure I got them on my computer. They might be in my phone. Hold up. And like they say, for the abuser, for the abuser to maintain control over the situation, that a manipulator, to maintain that last bit of control, he may never say where Naziyah is, just because he has the control to let us know or not, or tell the truth about it or not. You know what? And I think it's because they had the same spirit too. Looking like Tiffany. Acting like Tiffany. Maybe they lose a lot of, they say that guilt. Had a dream you seen a store head Tom. Okay, y'all, it's 265 of y'all. Did y'all hit that like button? Did y'all hit the subscribe button? To all the people that's gonna catch this replay, hey y'all. That girl be like, hey y'all. Hey y'all. Okay. I got this picture. Let me see if I can put it together real quick. You say you looking at Annette's voter registration. Y'all all up in there, ain't you? See 63. Okay, that would make sense. 63. Yeah. You say they look like they went on milk diet. Girl. You say he has that control to tell who. Yeah. And I feel like he think it's a game. I feel like they think it's a game, whoever assisted on this. And I feel like they're going to hold out as long as they can. Because at this point, he going to prison. And it ain't like he ain't never did it before, so. Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. Hold up, Rebecca, girl. Hold up, child. I got one of them on my. I hope I got the other one because I really wanted to put the older photos that I found. La, la, la. Oh, here you go. I might have did have it on there already. I'll go 1. I'm about to share my screen, so hold up, be patient. Thank you. Okay. It's 2 of them. I know y'all seen the famous one that everybody else be using, but I'm gonna still show y'all anyway. They famous for this picture right here. Yeah, I'm gonna put that up there because, yeah. What I do with the damn picture? Here I come. Here I come. My computer a little slow too, y'all. He said Jarvis had. Jarvis had someone. He called himself revealing the truth to somebody now. Well, when he was in the county, he claimed he ain't do nothing with her. That's what he's saying. Okay. Gotta let you know how I'm feeling. No, they say she's 62, Tiana. That was too good to be true. Yes, I have a Zelle, and I believe the email. Okay. Hold on, I gotta get the email. Sorry, y'all. My computer moving really slow right now. It's probably because I got a lot of stuff running. I don't know, but here I come. Here I come. Gotta let you know how I'm feeling. Oh, you say 189. Oh, excuse me. Y'all see this right here? Pay attention. Don't turn away. Pulling on my heart, girl. Can y'all see that? It's really not a good picture. Then y'all see this one too. This one was an older one. Not you laughing, Sean. Oh my goodness. Y'all are so funny. Okay, so this one is, I think, around the 2008 era. Okay. Think 1 and think 2. This is Shannon right here. I can tell them apart. I can tell the twins apart, even though they are identical. This is Shannon. This is Marquita. Right. It's at 18976 Berg. Let me write that down. You feel sorry for those babies and the turmoil I'm sure they're dealing with in school. That's what they said. They said that the kids has been getting harassed and bullied. I busted and disgusted. You say with the brother. Oh, y'all know what? I had the brother. I don't know if I'm on my camp, y'all, but I don't know if I put the brother in. I don't think I did. But I did see him. I don't think I screenshot it either. I don't think I did. But I do have a picture of Jarvis and his daddy and his mama and his sister. Hung little sparkle. You say, but the shoes really look like it was. Yeah. Not too much on course. Don't get me started with Cortito ass. Doing all that unnecessary yapping. Dang, this won't be a good picture. Probably can't even see this that good. Anyway, Jarvis looked just like his damn daddy. I'm going to finish playing that video because I'm going to get off here in a minute. My plan was to do 2 hours. How long we been out here? He say they be hunting me. He said I never in life been invested this much in a situation that's so far away from where I live. It bothers me. Naziyah's spirit. Yes, her spirit is very powerful. Okay. That's how I know she had it. She had a divine feminine resonance within her. And that's why I know that this situation was an operation. Y'all know how I feel about the Matrix and their operations, from the number synchronicities to the colors. That's what I want to get into a little bit, at least with the colors, because there were a lot of colors that I noticed that was supposedly in the areas where she was. Okay. Let me show you Jarvis and his family, and then we're going to get back into that video, because this will be the only video that I am playing today. It's almost over. 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get up here in a minute. He said, girl, I found you last night. I watched 2 of your videos. Listen, I love it. Thank you. I didn't think I was that interested. Y'all are so funny. Y'all are so funny. Look, y'all better get them. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all just be sitting y'all phone down and just listening to me talk or something. Why y'all be hitting the like button? Y'all know it don't hurt y'all to do that. It don't. Say when you can't sleep. Demonte says, when I say I can't sleep, man, it be so hard sleeping. Yeah, me too. Me too. He said, do you think there's a possibility that this baby is still alive? Honestly, I don't. But if she is, I don't think she's in the best conditions, her or her baby. Yes, because they're young pictures. She was in his lap looking scared of that about 67. I just honestly don't think so, that she would still be alive. And I'm not sure how she would have made it this long without her, proper care that she needed. Oh yes, they be going, don't they? He said I have Florentino Harris picture. I had it too. I just bust out laughing, y'all, when I seen it. I forgot to screenshot it. It was so fucking funny to me. I'm like, yep, you look exactly how I thought you was gonna look, Florentino. You look exactly how I thought. Just like Shannon. He looked like Shannon. Answer that. That's why I said, what y'all doing? Just put the phone down. Just let me be talking. He said, praying every day that she's alive. Yeah. Yeah, we pray for that. He said, bump to one time. Vanessa. Thank y'all for the likes. All right. Am I sharing my screen? Yes, I am. Okay. All right. So I just added those pictures of Jarvis. This is Jarvis' daddy. Can y'all see that? It's really not the best quality picture. But can y'all see that a little bit? Might have to zoom your phone in. Not colorful garbage bags. He said you heard he was with Marquita first. He was. That's what Roxy said. Roxy said he was definitely with Marquita first, Jarvis. So they do like to keep it in the family. And I wonder, Naziyah was around when Jarvis was dating Marquita. I wonder, was she aware of that? And did she think that that was normal to do? And the way that she texts, remember she had sent that text to Jarvis and was like, go ahead and give Shan some ping, and then come and give me some in the basement. I wonder if she really thought that that was normal to do, to share wee. Okay, let me press play. So that's his pappy right there. And this is supposed to be Jarvis and his mama. I saw that, DeMarcus. I saw that too. But you say his name is Eric Gamble. He was being inappropriate with her. Now, I only saw the picture. I did not see the video. Y'all got to send me the stuff, okay? Some stuff I don't catch. Quarantino. Yeah, I think so too. So that was his mom. And then I think it's one more with the one that got on the stand. What was her name, y'all? Tijuana. You say you're more so of a sniper mod. What do I mean per se? Because, look, I appreciate you. Okay? I appreciate you. You said the mother was with Jarvis too? Shannon dated King DeMarcus. What? Where you getting all this from? He says a video on TikTok, child. I believe that Jarvis was dating Shannon when she was 15. She might have had a baby at 16, but according to the picture that I got, it says 2008. She would have been 15, going on 16. Yep. They'd always be giving Manny fresh all the time. Never fail. You say, Kat says, I think he started poisoning her when they got back to the shop. That's why she was in and out of the truck so much. That's a good thought. Because I was wondering that too. Like, what are you doing? Why are you going back and forth? And like his sister Tijuana said, it, you know, it made her wonder the same thing. What are you doing? So this is the lady that found Naziyah's ID. She has a really quick testimony. And I'm going to pull up that location on Google Maps while y'all watch that.
You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, walk this way. Yes, watch your step. Take your time, get up the stairs. And once you're situated, that microphone, with the white cap on it, you can pull that whole microphone and put it in your lap, or just make sure you're speaking to it when you testify, okay? Okay, thank you.
Nope, leave that up. May I proceed?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024. At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently. I'm 7 mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes,
And what was the name on the ID?
Naziyah's.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you use your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
Yeah, but I still had it like this. I
And,
never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
and for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3 inches apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with the People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
and permission to publish on the screen?
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid I said.
lid that you
Yes,
put it
sir.
in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have another question. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you. You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over
Okay, so that puts you in February
when I initially saw
when
it.
you initially
Yes.
saw it. Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it.
Mhm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk,
No, it was in the grass.
in the grass?
Face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes,
So there's like an, usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk?
yes,
And there's like a patch of grass there?
yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or?
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
Okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
From St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few
Few
steps?
steps, yes. Few steps.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, please. Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in the patch of grass next to the sidewalk,
Yes,
and you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
No, I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, but I don't think that.
How she knows how long it's been there? She can only
Can you
testify.
stand up to the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is how can she testify to how long it could have been there prior? She can only testify to what she knows. She testified that she knows it's been there for 2.5 weeks.
Did you see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry.
Did you see it being
No,
dropped on
ma'am.
the grass?
No, ma'am.
I want to sustain objection, because she didn't know, but she didn't see it dropped.
So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly, yes. They took me, excuse me, they took me back to my house so I can show them exactly where I found it.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as People's Proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes,
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit People's Proposed 62
No objection.
Can it be admitted?
and permission to publish since I don't have a hard copy of that.
Yes.
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Justin.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture. Please. Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that, or that white building that's in the?
No, that's a person's house right there.
Okay,
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
And so, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Smith, you are done testifying.
Thank you. You have with it.
Please watch it.
You say you don't think she stepped over the ID for 2 weeks and a half as black female. We're curious. Okay. Tate Bonnie said Bonnie. Oh, I think I might have messed that up, Stacey. Yeah. He said Roxy the one who said that Naziyah's pregnant with a baby girl. It was a baby boy. How do y'all know it was a baby girl? Or a baby boy? I know Roxy specifically said in text messages to Naziyah's older brother that Naziyah was having a baby girl. She referred to the baby as niece. That question came up in a live that I caught the other day. I posted their response in my last live stream 3 days ago. She basically said that she's used to saying niece and that it was a mistake. which I'm sure she should have been prepared to answer that question because obviously, she was pregnant. So how would you know what she was having? I believe she was 5 months pregnant, according to Naziyah's text messages. Okay, what we looking at here is basically where the ID was found, the school ID. And let me make it a little bigger for y'all. It was found here somewhere in this area. Remember I said how the ID was by some land where a house was. And the lady who was just on the stand, she said she stayed directly across the street. So that would probably be one of these 2 houses here or one of these 4 houses. Okay. If we go on this side of the street and we just get a look at this field over here, I'm just saying, why would the ID be right there if they didn't get out the car? Or did he notice that it was something in the car? You said longer than that. Oh, girl. She said, girl, please. Okay. We say 4644 Bedford Road on Google, and you will see Shannon and the kids. Yes, I also showed that on a previous live before, too. But we finna get into Bedford because the next person to give a testimony is the detective who was over the ring camera where Naziyah walked past on Bedford. So we're going to look at that. And then we're going to look at the distance from Bedford and Warren to Balfour and Outer Drive. But this is it here. Not sure why the ID was here. Not sure. Like I said, he might have just been throwing stuff out the car, realizing he left some shit in the car. I don't know. But do this look like an area where you could possibly bury a body? Probably so. This is just my speculation, observation throughout this case, like everybody else, okay? And it also will be a dark area at night. So do have somebody staying here. He might could be seen even in the night. I don't know. But this would definitely be a dark area to hide some shit. He said, I don't think so. We will pick it up seriously. He said, I believe she kept coming out of the car so many times because she had been pregnant. Yeah, but she didn't say that she was necessarily using the restroom, because Tijuana said when she went into the gas station, she went to use the restroom, correct? She said Naziyah was going to the left. If you know anything about that gas station on Connor and Harper, you got the door and then you go over to the left. It's snacks and stuff. Okay. You go straight and go to the right. That's what Tijuana said she went, which was to the bathroom. So I don't know what Naziyah was doing over here. Keep going back and forth getting snacks. Maybe she was, I don't know. That's questionable. I honestly don't even know. Maybe she was hungry. I don't know. Right. And that's the thing too. I said what I said. You going to clean the bathrooms up anyway. He got little girls coming to clean the bathrooms up. I don't see why they couldn't use the bathroom at the shop. It probably was nasty. It probably was never getting cleaned. That was just a cover up. Y'all, even when I looked into the words clean up, any of y'all into like gematria, things like that? This whole thing is just very weird, very strange. Says she hadn't ate since lunch. Earlene, you talking about why the older lady sound irritated and agitated? Said she probably mad she had to be there. Yeah, think you threw it out the window too? Yeah. So let me pull up this address on Bedford and Cornwall. So I can already be right there. Okay. What is that? Is that the wrong one? Is it Cornwall? Bedford and I forgot the street. Okay, whatever. No, I'm talking about where she got off at the bus. I mean, I'm not talking about where she got off at the bus. I'm talking about where she was seen walking across the house that had the Ring camera. But when I typed in Bedford and Cornwall, it's saying it can't find that. So I might just have to go to 3 miles. Fine. Morgan, I'll let you know in a minute.
Judge, at this time, we would call Detective Jason Mapes.
I do have Zelle, y'all. I'll put my email in the comment.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Okay. Whenever you're ready for the truth.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Jason Mays,
And how are you employed?
with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as, in the city of Detroit?
A little,
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about this case specifically. And when I say this case, I'm referring to lab number MD 24-691. Did you author reports as it relates to that case number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what record numbers did you author?
Record 4, 6, 8. I believe there's one more. Oh, and 5, sorry.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And it was marked that people proposed exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. You look at these and tell me if you recognize what I've handed you.
These are the reports I authored.
And we'll go through these one by one. Is People's Exhibit 23, is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored as it relates to record number 5?
Yes, it is.
I move to the admission of People's 23.
No objection.
Should it be a minute as people's 23?
Okay, sorry, not Miss 22. In proposed exhibit 22, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you authored in record number 4?
Yes, it is.
For the admission of People's 22.
No objection.
Should it be a minute?
Thank you. And in proposed People's 24, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 6?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 24.
No objection.
Should it be a minute?
And 25, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 8?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit People's 25.
No objection.
Should it be a minute?
Thank you. Now, may I publish that?
Yes.
Thank you. You turned off sharing, sorry.
Sure, sure. Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
can see you wrong one.
Okay, so we're looking at People's 22 right now. Tell me, what is it that like these reports just generally start with at the top?
The information that is submitted by the agency with the evidence, which is their agency number, as well as the investigating officer, and then we assign a laboratory number to the case. It also has the date received for that evidence and the date the report was completed.
And who comes up with the nature of offense? Do you list that? Does the police list that?
The agency,
Okay. And what about the victims and suspects? Who lists those?
they also list those on the paperwork when they submit the evidence.
Okay. So in record number 4, what did you do in record number 4?
I interpreted and recorded 2 items of evidence that were submitted.
What were those items of evidence?
A buckle swab from Jarvis Butts and an ID, swabs of an ID card.
And what is it that you did to them? What's the process that you did?
So I'll give you a general overview of the process. When we receive this evidence in our laboratory, it's usually in a small tube, it's cuttings or swabs from evidence. We then extract the DNA, we see how much is present, and then we make many millions of copies of that DNA. We can then get a picture of that DNA profile from the evidence for the individual, and we can compare those. So in this case, I received the buccal swab, and for a reference sample, or a buccal swab or blood, known DNA from an individual, everyone has 1 or 2 what we call types at each of the locations within the DNA. So when I see 1 or 2 at one of these locations, I know that's only one person.
What do y'all mean,
3
Google?
or 4, 2.
Google, what did you say, Radiant? Oh no, I gotta go back up. You said review 2D uncensored Google Earth Live. What is the Google Earth Live? I know this is not the interview that I'm looking for. So everybody can do Google Earth Live, correct? Can I do that on Google? You say 4803 Bedford Road, the house with the Ring camera. Okay, thank you.
And what do you do currently for a living, sir?
I'm a school safety liaison.
Okay. And going back to January of 2024, where were you employed at that time?
Detroit Public Schools Police.
And what did you do for the Detroit Public Schools Police Department at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
And assigned to an investigative division or something else?
I was in charge of the Western Patrol Division and our intelligence unit.
Okay. And did that include, at least on the intelligence unit side, some investigatory roles?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And were you involved in the disappearance and homicide investigation into Naziyah'S?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved in that, sir?
The initial report came in that she was missing. A detective was assigned to it. She liaisoned back to me that Naziyah had a social media account and had communicated through text now. So anytime there was a cyber-related nexus or anything having to do with cell phones or digital communications, I was the person who would handle it with the district for years.
And what is the reason you would handle the sort of cyber or internet portions of investigations?
I had the training and experience.
And as part of the investigation, did you do an initial search warrant to TextNow?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get an initial return for that?
Yes.
Okay. And were those from the dates of January 8th, 2024 to January 26th, 2024, if you remember?
That sounds
about right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't go back before January 8th at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will come back to that in a second, but the initial agency investigating Naziyah's case, was that Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
That's correct.
Right. And when did that investigation begin?
January 9th, her grandmother reported her missing. One of our officers, Officer Wolf, I believe it was, went out to the school, took the report. Canvas was done. Detective Gardner was assigned to the case. And then from there, she liaisoned with me, and I started making my notifications and started working on it from
You said January 9th the report was made?
the 10th, I'm sorry.
The 10th? Okay. So that's when the investigation began, and that's when you became notified of this case, correct?
Correct.
And did the investigation stay with the Detroit Public Schools Police Department for the entirety of until today?
No.
When was it transferred and to who was it transferred?
It was transferred to Sergeant Shannon Jones sometime I don't remember the exact date, but it was later in January, maybe early February.
So
When we're getting closer to that 30-day mark.
around a month?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason it was transferred to DPD?
There have been no sightings, nothing had been heard from her. At that point, the other agencies that I brought in, we ended up shifting it over once. We received some more calls from DPD. The commander of the 5th Precinct called me, and we just got together with Detroit, my chief and I, and the deputy chief, and then they decided they were going to take it over because it appeared that she was not going to be recovered alive.
Okay, and in the course to your knowledge of the initial investigation by the Detroit Public Schools Department, was there any activity from Naziyah on social media after January 9th?
Not from this side, no.
Now, you said earlier that after it was transferred to the Detroit Police Department, did you receive a call regarding, from Sergeant Jones regarding a request to confirm an ID that was found, a school ID?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive a copy of that picture of the ID to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that was sent to you, did you confirm that as Naziyah Harris' grade 8 identification card? If you don't remember.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what grade she was in, but yeah, it was her identification card.
May I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 40. Does that look similar to what you were asked to confirm?
Yes.
And that one you went into, did you go into the school system to confirm that that was Naziyah's ID?
Through an intermediary, but yes.
Okay. And in the bottom corner of one of that, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had said earlier that you did an initial search warrant to text now to receive some messages, correct?
It started out as exigent circumstance request, but yes.
And may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. And if you could take a look at that, I'm handing you the last page of Exhibit 16. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
And are those some of the messages that you got from the search warrant that you did to text now?
Yes.
And are there on that page that you're holding 3 highlighted ones on the bottom of that message or of that page?
Yes.
And the first highlighted one, is there a number associated with whether that it was sent or received from or to?
Yes.
And can you read that number for the questions?
313-585-8719.
And was the first message that's highlighted there, was that a sent or received message?
It was a sent message.
Indicating that it came from the owner of the Text Now account, correct?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving school. If you're not there, I will wait.
And to be clear, the owner of the account that you did a search warrant on, you believe to be Naziyah Harris, correct?
That is correct.
And then the second message down from that, second to last message on that page, is that a sent or received message?
It's a sent message.
And who is it sent to, the number?
313-585-8719.
And what does that message say?
Send okay if you send the message so I can delete your number.
And then the last message on that page first, is that a sent or received message to that account?
Received.
So the owner of the account would have received that message from someone else?
Yes.
And what's the number that sent the message to that Text Now account?
313-585-8719.
And what is that message?
Okay.
And what are the dates of those messages?
January 9th, 2024.
And when the owner of that account received that last message of okay, what date and time did she receive that on?
January 9th, 2024 at 14:23:10 UTC.
And the UTC would be 4 hours ahead at that time from the local time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been at 10 a.m. or so?
That would have been 9:23
a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay, Russ?
Is it Sergeant Harris? I'm sorry.
It was Lieutenant Harris.
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I want to get it right. So did you learn about this case through Detective Gardner? You learned about it from somewhere from the school, or how did it land on your desk? Can you?
So the grandmother went to the school called Officer Wolf, who works that area. And then whenever we have a missing student, we always dispatch a detective.
Okay, so it was Officer Wolf or an interview,
Yes,
so to speak. Okay. And you're familiar that he did.
Gardner took over from there.
So when Officer Harris
Wolf.
I'm sorry, Wolf came back with his report. He passed, essentially, the report indicated what he did on the case and then handed it off to Detective Gardner.
No, Detective Gardner responded to the scene before he even came back and did the report.
Okay, so Detective Gardner is also involved in some of the things that Officer Wolf did.
Yes,
In
the
terms of
canvassing and
canvassing.
talking to people, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to next. So you're familiar that at least Detective Gardner and Officer Wolf went out to the 3 Mile Drive location at Cornwall, where the bus stop was, and canvassed that area.
Not just them, but other officers, yes.
Others too. Okay. Did any of the officers in DPS interview the teacher that was in Naziyah's class that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Do you know who it was?
It would have been Detective Gardner.
And do you know if Detective Gardner has authored a report?
She would have case notes and interview statements of everybody she interviewed.
Okay. Did you follow up on anything that Officer Wolf did or that he left open in his report to do?
Not personally, I was just directing the efforts of Detective Gardner as whatever guidance she needed or help.
Okay. And one of the things that she requested of you was to do the search warrant for the text now.
The text now, Instagram.
Okay. And did you receive anything back from Instagram?
Yes, I received back to her Naziyah's Instagram account
Okay.
information.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you came into possession of Naziyah's laptop. Is that correct?
You talking about the one she uses at school?
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you take possession of that?
I sent Detective Gardner over to the school to pick it up.
It was at the school?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where at the school?
With all the rest of the laptops the kids use.
Okay, so they leave the laptops there every day at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody from your unit or searched anywhere in the classroom, like lockers or areas where like coats and other things, bags, backpacks, lunchboxes, that kind of thing are stored?
That would have been standard to have to search where her locker was, her classroom, any of that stuff.
It would have been.
We searched the whole school to make sure that we found kids hiding in the school before they were going missing. So we would search the entire school, surrounding area, that route to and from school, things of that nature.
Can you say for sure that that was done here, or just that should have been done? Because
That should have been done.
Okay, but you can't say for sure that you didn't do it.
I didn't go to the scene.
And you haven't read a report that indicated somebody else did it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Now you also were shown a picture of Naziyah's 8th grade ID card from the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that ID card was issued to Naziyah?
Should have been beginning of the school year.
So that would have been end of August.
Yes. Or, yeah, we started before Labor Day again last year.
Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Naziyah's friends, different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up the toothbrush, went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
Somewhere around there. It may have been a little after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have went and got the toothbrush, so we still had it then, because you have to make that update in the system when you guys get close to the 30-day mark.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit Police? Do you recall?
That sounds all right, right around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And that would have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
And that's right around a 30-day window, fair
Yeah,
to say?
a little bit past at that point.
Okay. Now, is that 30-day window, is that kind of standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because I had been with the school police since 2011, and this was the first missing we hadn't recovered within a couple of days. So normally we would, continue on with our cases. But once it got to that point, once we suspect, it could be a possible homicide, then the jurisdiction goes back to Detroit. So that's kind of how we went.
Would it be fair to say that once you had kind of exhausted your tools,
I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
could you hand it off to a different agency before 30 days? Could you decide within 2 weeks, we aren't coming up with any leads, we should give this to a different agency for more assistance?
We could, yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Quick asked you about recovering a laptop. That was done in this case. Naziyah's laptop was recovered, correct?
Yes.
And did you or did someone else or DPS recover a tablet that belonged to Naziyah as well?
Yes.
Okay, where was that recovered from? The school or somewhere else?
From the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes.
And that would be Annette Harris?
Yes.
Another question.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people would call Detective Carlisi of the Detroit Police Department.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. You state your name for the record, sir?
Antonio Carlisi.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective at the Detroit Police Department, homicide unit.
Queen of South Africa. Hey, I know that the conference, originally they said the trial was March 7th, but they're actually calling it a conference for March 7th. However, Roxy did mention that the trial may get pushed out. I guess it's all dependent on the information they discover between now and then. I guess the witnesses and whatever else they're going to add to the trial, so it can change. Hey, Pure Beauty. Thank you, Miss South Africa.
How long have you been
Queen.
with the Detroit Police Department in total?
A total of 29 years.
And how long in the homicide unit primarily?
11 years.
And what is your current role in the homicide unit?
At this time, I am one of two that extract surveillance videos from locations.
Okay. And does that sometimes include like doorbell cameras, Ring or Xfinity or something like that?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And did you do that? I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or a dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes, I did receive a request back in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay. And you said 4803?
Correct.
And did you write a report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the address?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on Bedford?
At that time to recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area that address is in, or what the corner and cross streets are?
Yes,
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that address?
that is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
That's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes,
And And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from the system?
Yeah, that was a ring system. Yes, sir.
And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51,
Any objection?
No.
They will be admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit. Playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view.
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. And moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning. And moving now to exhibit 51. And stopping at 6 seconds into the video.
So did y'all see where the direction Naziyah came from? Can I rewind it a little bit? Because some was saying it was some discrepancies with if she went home, which would have been this way, okay? Or if she went straight from the bus stop, which was right here in this area, where the red and yellow gate is, or if she, crossed over and then went this way up the street. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse, but I'm hoping y'all can. Okay, so try to watch a little close.
Towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds.
If you look right here, you'll see her crossing over. Where is it? Oh, it must be the next clip. Hold on, y'all.
And moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning.
You see her walking right here, and she crossed right over. She did not go home.
And moving now to exhibit 51.
Then she's here. So for those that think she might have went home and changed clothes, she did not. Also, if you look close enough, you see she has a book bag on. She could have had either extra clothes in her book bag, or she might have had some extra clothes with Jarvis, or Shannon or somebody had some extra clothes because somebody else was involved with the disappearance of young Naziyah. Okay. Thank y'all so much. I see y'all comments. Okay. Thank y'all. But we can confirm here that according to video footage, She did not go home. She crossed right over from where this red truck was at and came right over this way. Okay. If y'all want a more clear view of the street, let me just show y'all this on the camera again. Okay, this was the house where she walked in front of right here. Okay, so she crossed right over from here, and that's the gate. And remember, she was asking about Balfour and Outer Drive. Balfour, I believe, is a few blocks up from Bedford. So she walked down this way. This is a busy street down here. I believe it's Warren. So my question would be, did he pick her up somewhere along this way? Or did she continue walking through Warren? Okay. This is all that's in this area. You got an alley here where possibly a vehicle could be parked there waiting. And then you have an alley here. But it still wouldn't make sense as to why she walked back down to Bedford when she could have walked straight forward where she was already at on 3 Mile. Not sure why she did that. He said, in your opinion, Shannon and King should be also convicted as well. You say, look, because I just signed me a petition too. So yeah, this would that will look like right here. So if she went to Balfour and Outer Drive, that would take kind of some time. Hey, Amy. You say you don't think she walked nowhere? Yeah, because I'm thinking like it's a 3-minute drive, but it's about an 18-minute walk. 18 minutes, honestly, is not that long. So if she did cross Warren to get to Balfour, she would have walked up Warren. And I do believe her auntie Marquita said that people had seen her on a liquor store cameras up Warren. That would probably make a little bit more sense if she was seen walking up Warren in this area between Balfour and Bedford and East Warren. She could have walked up here and then walked down to Balfour and Outer Drive. You know, she was asking about Balfour and Outer Drive. It's like I said, it's only an 18-minute walk. Okay. I wonder. You say he picked her up from the Angel Liquor Store. Where? The Angel Liquor Store, ain't that on Harper though? Where is the Angel Liquor Store? Let me look that up. I feel like it's on Harper though. Angel. Talk to me, Cora. What you thinking about? Oh, I saw over the place. You say, yeah, where's the AutoZone between all of this? Okay, we gonna find out where AutoZone is at. Oh wait, that wasn't it. That's the cleaners. You said all of her devices she had was based off Wi-Fi. Yes. Come on, computer. You're moving a little too slow for my liking. Said King said they picked her up from Angel Liquor Store. Okay. Maybe that's Angel Party Store. Angel. Is that the one that's permanently closed? Actually, be still.
No.
Yes. Okay, so Angel Party Store is located. This one is located on Kelly and Moroz. I don't think that fit the area. Where's this one at? Now, Angel Liquor, Beer, and Wine is... Oh, that's Linwood. That's on the west side. Okay, that's not it either. Interesting. Well, we know it was on Harper, correct? They picked Naziyah up from Harper, right? So let me just look for a liquor store on Harper. He says the AutoZone on Moraine. But what would she be doing over there if she was in the 3 Mile area? Bedford and Cornwall to Warren area. You get what I'm saying? Harper or Hardy. It's a whole bunch of them on Harper. Okay. I must have stopped. I was wondering why y'all couldn't see what I was doing. What?
Over there.
You want to lay down? Go ahead, get your blanket. Get your blanket. Right there. Y'all don't be talking about my baby back of her head because she won't let me comb her hair. I've been trying to comb her hair for 2 days. She would literally fall on the floor. Get your blanket. Get your blanket. You said Ken was lying on the stand. Probably so. Go lay down. No reason for you to be up. Go lay down. The pink jumpsuit was something extra. Yeah. All right. So these are all the liquor stores that I've seen that picking up on Harper. Do y'all think he might have said Angelo's Party Store? I see an Angelo's. But it's not located on Harper. So in the area of Connors and Harper, it will probably be the Harper. Nope, not that one either. Cognac Castle. Moraine. Okay, I can see. You said you saw her walking. That's what makes me think she actually did walk when she got off the bus. Because they seen her walking. And like I said, even Balfour and Outer Drive was only 18 minutes from her bus stop. So if they seen her walking on I'm trying to get off here, but I really wanted to go into a little more details from my perspective this time. Okay. Well, we know it was somewhere up in here. Even if I put in, let me see, in Connor, because they were close to the shop. Wherever they picked her up from, they were close to the shop. Nope. Oh yeah, Castle. I don't know. I'm gonna have to really look into this when I get off live, because now I really want to know and look at Harvard. Let me see. Harvard and what? No, it's just popping up as Harper. At the Harper. Let me find out where these streets is at. You got Ravendale, you got Dickerson, you got Hayes, you got Chalmers. Harper, Whittier. Alright. That's closer to 8 Mile. Okay, East Warren. Baltimore, Outer Drive. Chapman. Yeah. And see, this is Connor and Harper right here. So the closest liquor store right here on Harper would be Inner City Liquor. And this is what this looks like. Go in there with Con. Go ahead. Want me to take you? Okay. Yep, this is this one right here. This is the closest one that I see. But I thought it was one down here. But maybe that's further towards Moraine area. I think that'll be Moraine. You say you remember that's what she said too. She told her so because that's East Lawn. I don't think it was Inner City, but that's what I just passed up. I thought this was one right here. This is a liquor store right here. This is the one I have in mind, but I don't know the name of it. What's the name of that? Super Spot Market and Liquor. Yeah, I went to there several times. Okay, this is actually my hood over here, y'all. I'm from the east side. But okay. So this could be one too, because this is the one that's closest to the shop. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of dumb. I wouldn't even say she asked about it. Hell, they ain't have a text about it. It wasn't no reason for you to bring it up then. So this will make sense. My ear is ringing, y'all. My ear is literally ringing right now. So this could be definitely the area. Okay. Not sure, but I do know he said they picked her up as she was walking past a liquor store or in the area of a liquor store. It could possibly be this one because they picked her up and headed right to the shop because they had already went to the auto zone. And the auto zone will be further up Harper, going into Harper Woods area. Y'all get me? So it will make sense for them to either see her walking past at this liquor store or the other one down there. My thing was, why would she want to walk? Why was she walking? That's what I'm thinking, Coco. Because she was almost there, honestly. It's right up the street. Because right coming up, you got Frank's, the old Frank's that used to be here. And then you got Dickerson. And then the next street up, Major Street, is going to be Connors. I'm just assuming that she was walking because we seen her walking past the house on Bedford. And then King said they picked her up in front of a liquor store, which means maybe Jarvis did not meet her after she got off the bus. And also her auntie Marquita, Mom, need a milk? Yes, Mom, said that she was on camera, up worn and all of that. Go look at her Facebook. Hold on, y'all. Mama. Yes, put it right here or go lay down on the couch or go in the bed. I think she was just bluffing. I think she told her auntie that just so that she won't be worried about where she at or, worried about why she asked that question. But even then, so Shannon's dumbass response was, you know exactly what Balfour and how to drive at. Because that's where she picked Jarvis up all the time. On the corner. And said, did Jarvis ever say where she went after they came back from dropping off the car? If he did say that in them interviews, you can't really hear it. The sound is very muffled. So that's why I really don't even play that on my channel because you can't hear it. They ass really gonna be complaining in my comments. The aunt knew she was lying too, because why you asking about that? But at the same time, she didn't investigate it. She didn't really investigate it. She just responded with, you know exactly where it's at, because that's where I picked Jarvis up at. Okay. So I'm going to just let him finish his little portion. This detective. I'll try that. I'll try. I just know it's hard for me to hear it myself. So I'm curious about Shannon's daughter's feelings. She had spent an entire year without her cousin. Yeah. Shannon don't really say too much on her social media, so we can't go off that.
Seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
Detective, when you went to extract this, is there something you do or process that you follow to calibrate the time system
Yeah.
on the system?
Technically, Raynette.
Correct. We do a time calibration.
Damn, slow ass computer. Technically, Raynette, King and King, son, auntie, and grandma was the one to see her last. Because remember, the sister had already left before they left to go to Ypsilanti. So when they went to Ypsilanti, that's where the grandma and the auntie was. And then they came back to the shop. You said that's too far of a walk for a man in the rain. That's probably why the uncle was going off on that podcast. Wherever she was going, she was determined to get there.
To the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical clock or the world clock to the video system, we calibrate how if it's zero, which this one was, to, or if it was short or fast.
Okay, so you would be able to tell if the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was zero to the world clock, so it was on time.
Oh, and I'm not going to May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yeah.
What y'all think about her clothes?
These are on the left.
What do y'all think about her clothes? Do y'all think her do y'all think that was the rug rack jacket that she had on in the picture that's on my thumbnail? And do y'all think that maybe the camera is just not picking up the full color of her shoes? Because all I mostly see is white and black. And that jacket does look like it could be the Rugrat jacket, but I'm not sure. And the black hoodie could have been under the jacket, is what I was getting ready to say next, too.
The laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now.
Once it's still covered up. So that time is, and I don't have my glasses, it is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
And 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
And
so that's pretty much, that pretty much concludes this day of the preliminary hearing. I believe this was day 2, not day 3, actually. And I did see something on Facebook from the guy who has a child with Marquita, the 9-year-old who testified. He made a video on Facebook. Now, I did not watch the whole video at all. I said I was just gonna play it for y'all. So I'm not even sure exactly what he was talking about. But you said both had their own running vehicles. It makes no sense. Didn't no, that was for the Jaguar. Yeah, it don't make no sense. Red and white blue shoes. You said another girl was wearing those shoes in a picture with Naziyah. They may be why they didn't test the shoe. You said where they say she was going on the video. Reason I asked. That's a one-way street. We don't know where she was going. I think that was what we was trying to figure out. I don't know, because she asked Shannon about Balfour and how to drive. She obviously in the video she was headed that way, but we don't know. Cover for her baby daddy. Yeah, so if he ain't talking about nothing, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. So I'm gonna just share the screen with y'all, but it's something I came across. It ain't interesting.
What's going on outside that household? My daughter was involved with that shit. I didn't know nothing about it until my daughter came out. You hear me? So it's like, motherfuckers just be on Facebook talking, running their mouth. Don't know what the fuck they talking about. At the end of the day, that nigga did it. Now, did the auntie know about it? Yes, she knew about it. Did the grandma know about it? Yes, she knew about it because the nigga been fucking with that little girl since she was 10 years old, 11 years old. Now, yeah. Her auntie did it. The grandma covering it up. No, the fuck, the auntie didn't do it, man. She know about it. And anybody in that house knew that nigga was a pedophile knew about it. Like, the shit deep, nigga. The shit deep. The shit is like really like overwhelming to the point where like everybody that's involved, nigga, shouldn't be alive. And I'm gonna keep saying it, nigga. And ain't nobody gonna change my thoughts on anything. I don't give a fuck, baby mama, none of that. Homie, none of that. And I want everybody to tap in and hear this shit, bro. Like, you can't call this little girl fast because she said she want to have a threesome with a nigga that she been groomed by. You can't call this little girl fast if she telling the same nigga that she sneaking out with that she didn't want to, and her grandma locked the doors. This how I know. They got something to do with it. Where that ugly lady in? Oh.
Yes, Ashley.
She been gone.
Man, I feel like Taji took my charger, bro. And I'm out there no cussing her out, bro.
That's where she been gone. Your mama came in and left. But everybody just has got something to say. My daughter ain't gotta tell me that grandma and Jane involved. It's the way that it's how the shit coming out their mouth. The lies. What's up, stranger? It's the lies. First of all, you said that the nigga ain't been in your house. Second of all, you said that the nigga and the daughter said the nigga 50-50, he come and he don't, and he sit in the driveway. That's a lie. I done seen him in the house multiple times before I even knew who the fuck the nigga was. This is what I'm saying. Everybody, he told Shannon. Shannon knew. So everybody around that whole situation knew the nigga was a pedophile. Real shit. And everybody keeps saying this girl was fast, or this girl was a little hoe, or this girl was this and that, this and this. That means you saying my daughter was a fast little hoe. Or you saying his daughter was a fast little hoe that he raped and gave a disease too. Catch up, monster. If y'all been watching this shit since it been going on, y'all need to catch up, because at the end of the day, some of y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Real shit. And my daughter brave as fuck to get on the stand and tell what that motherfucking retarded ass, wicked ass, hoe ass nigga did, nigga, to her cousin. You would never tell me nothing wrong, bro. Do it hurt? Fuck yeah, it hurt. Oh, you didn't know about that. See, you need to catch up, monster. I mean, it's the principle about life, bro. Like, y'all need to understand, bro. I mean, you got these sick ass monsters. Yeah, man. You know, my daughter is Naziyah's cousin. I mean, the nigga tried to rape my daughter, and nigga, he raped her. He seen what happened, nigga, at the shop and shit. You feel me? She had to testify the other day or whatever, long story short. But you gotta understand, bro. The nigga, man, y'all, man, listen. And that's what I'm saying. That ain't came out, did it? You didn't even hear about that, huh? But yeah,
And honestly, say Lante, even if he had to ask the baby mama, like if he not with Marquita no more, even if he had to ask who is that, she still has a right to have people around a child when the child is with the mother. Just like you as a mother, you can have whoever you want around your child on your time. I don't know if it was a situation like that, but just hypothetically speaking, he really couldn't control who was around his daughter if he's not around and they're not together. And he said he's seen him in the house, so evidently he probably converse with him sometimes and things like that. He probably just ain't know. I'm not saying he ain't to blame, but I'm just saying, the type of dynamic it could have been. Just like I'm kind of looking at my own situation, I can't control who their fathers date and talk to and who they're around. I could just pray and protect them in the best way that I can spiritually, and just hope that nobody will take advantage of them. And I keep an open communication with my children so they know it's okay to tell me anything.
Yeah, what up, what up, man? Yeah, man, nigga, the shit deep, nigga. The shit deep. And everybody talking about this little girl fast, this little girl hoe. She talking about threesome and all this and that. Nigga, she was groomed by a 40-year-old man. She was groomed by a 40-year-old man. He raped his daughter and gave her comedian, nigga. Or gonorrhea, one of them. Man, listen, bro. The nigga in jail, bro. Like, nigga, I swear to God, nigga, they kicked me out the courtroom the other day. No, he didn't get my daughter nigga, he didn't get my daughter shit, bro. The nigga just tried to rape my daughter and fucked and raped her cousin in front of her. Man, them nigga, they got that nigga wrapped up in PC. That nigga ain't about to, man. That nigga gonna die when he go to motherfucking prison, though.
Yep, I think so too.
But my thing is, Miss Marshall, everybody talking about her being fast, or her being a little hoe, or her this and that. You can't put that off on her. She's 10, 11 years old, innocent. Her auntie and them allowed this nigga to come and take her innocence. They allow him to come and do this thing, bro. Come on, man. They know that nigga, this little girl was sneaking out. He was sneaking out with him. Man, come on, man. My daughter the older kid that literally niggas stepped out and testified. And everybody got something to say about her. Like this nigga, like him being 40, like he ain't contributed that, being the way she is. When you ain't never heard about her, you ain't never heard about this girl on Instagram fucking no other niggas. You ain't never heard about her on Facebook out here fucking these young niggas. You ain't never heard her out here running around fucking no other type of niggas. You only heard about her fucking this nigga, talking about what she want to do to this nigga, talking about what they want to have, what she want to have with this nigga, and nothing else. They need to wake up. At the end of the day, when it all bore down, he was allowed in that household. He was in that household. They let him in that household. They let him wander around that household. The grandma always upstairs in her room. So basically, the kids and the auntie and them had the household. I mean, real shit. Like, this nigga in her house at 2:30 in the morning in the basement. Come on, man. Come on, man. What she know about taking a shower before she had sex with a grown-ass man or with a man, period? She 11 years old. Y'all steady talking about how she fast and this and that, bro. Come on now. Ain't no little girl in the world, bro, fast at all when they innocent is taken, bro, by a grown-ass 40-year-old man, bro. You feel me? Nigga, like I said, my daughter was around that. My daughter was around that. My daughter used to live with them. My daughter witnessed shit in that motherfucking shop, bro. My daughter witnessed shit in that shop. It wasn't like she ain't witnessed nothing. It wasn't like she just peeked or didn't see nothing, nigga. She spoke up, nigga. She spoke up, bro. And it's like, I just hate that the fact, bro, motherfuckers always got something to say, bro, about something they don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about, bro. Like y'all understand, like, shit. That's like somebody they know or somebody y'all know getting raped or their innocence getting taken away. Who said they wasn't? I said that. Who said they wasn't? Who said they wasn't? I said that. It ain't aunties. I mean, it's aunties. I mean, because, but who said they wasn't? I never said my baby mom was innocent. My daughter was, but I never said my baby mom was innocent at all. But I know for a fact she wasn't innocent. I mean, she wasn't fast as fuck. I know for a fact that. Innocent, I mean, shit, at the end of the day, shit, everybody that knew that he was a pedophile is guilty. If you want to be honest. Just like. No, Shannon, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. My baby mama didn't know. Shannon knew. You didn't see Marquita on the news?
I beg your pardon. Do he not know that?
But at the end of the day, the reality is, motherfuckers speaking on this situation.
Everybody coming to bats for Shannon. You can't tell me that Marquita didn't know that Jarvis had a history in the past. I just don't believe that. And according to Roxy, Marquita dated Jarvis. And if he told Shannon about his background as supposedly 19 years old, that means Marquita also knew at 19 years old. So all of they ass knew. Absolutely. Tijuana did too. They all knew. If you can say I don't fuck with my brother like that, okay, why? Because it was something that you knew.
Well, she don't know
But you
shit
fuck
about
with
it.
him enough to get your car fixed. So
How can a young woman be? How can a young little girl? How can a young little girl be fast when she wasn't fast? Yeah, the whole story is bullshit. You feel me? Like the auntie knew that the nigga was a pedophile in 2012 when they first started talking. She got 5 kids by the nigga. You feel me? She had to tell her sister. Now, don't get me wrong. This my daughter's a victim. You feel me? I'm not taking up my baby mama because my baby mama lived with them. My daughter was a victim. You feel me? Her cousin was a victim. Her other cousin was a victim. And so on and so on. So we don't know how many victims was little kids that was in the household. What I'm saying is, motherfuckers talking about this little girl was fast, this little girl a hoe because she said she wanted to have a threesome when she was groomed into all this shit. She was manipulated by a grown-ass man that's 40 years old to all this shit. It ain't no all this and that and that. No. This little girl wasn't out here, nigga, on Instagram texting and fucking any other nigga or any other young little boy. She wasn't out here sneaking out with any other young little boy or any other grown-ass man. She was sneaking out with this nigga, man. 2, 3 in the morning, he's sneaking in the house with her in the basement. But y'all don't hear this. But y'all don't hear this.
Bruce, you feel like he guilty? Debo? You feel like Debo is guilty too? Again, if you don't know, then you don't know. If you are not aware of who's around your child when you're not around, how could that make the other parent guilty? He don't give me the vibe that he would be okay with a pedo around his child, especially being that he the only one that cut up in the courtroom and they had to escort him out. So I don't feel like he is necessarily guilty, or I don't feel like he was aware. He don't seem like the type of person that let a nigga play in his face. Like, he just don't give me that vibe. Maybe it's just me, you know? Maybe.
Exactly. And that's what I've been saying. Like, at the end of the day, you know you're a pedophile. You should have never had it around your family anyway, your nieces anyway. You feel me? My daughter came on one day, and this the crazy part. My daughter came and told her that she went home. This is when my daughter wasn't. I mean, like I said, my daughter left with them, came back and told her other cousin and them that she had a secret, but she didn't tell them. So when the shit was hitting the fan, my daughter came out and said everything that went on.
And also listen to how he's talking about it. When we hear Shannon and her family speak about Jarvis, they speak with him with like some type of utmost respect. It's like they still holding him on this pedestal as a pedo, and they completely oblivious and delusional to the fact that he's a predator and he's been preying on all the children in his life. So I don't get that vibe from him when he's talking. I get that he's a logical thinker and he's seeing it for exactly what it is, which is the children are the victim. The adults are to blame. They were supposed to protect the children. They knew about his behavior. They knew about his record. They knew about his lifestyle and still chose to keep him around and do cartwheels back and forth on his peen. I'm just saying.
But if she was like I said, then the auntie know about him being a pedophile. That mean the mama knew. That mean the grandma knew. You feel me? Y'all allow this grown ass man to groom this girl to something she shouldn't be. She should be busy. She should be pregnant. It's wild as fuck. Real shit. Like, I just hate that motherfuckers speak bad on her more than they speak bad on this nigga, bro. Because at the end of the day, that's like any grown ass nigga that got a mind frame to fuck with a little ass girl need to be killed. I'm not the judge and I'm not the prosecutor, so I can't tell you why they not locked up. But they need to be. They need anybody that knew he was a motherfucking pedophile and let him around their kid. But at the end of the day, shit, I don't think that's a crime. You feel me? I don't know that.
I
See,
think
that's the
so.
thing. I don't live with them, so I can't speak about.
I think so, Coco. I think that they had I think he was a complete monster behind closed doors. I think he was definitely a manipulator, of what we would call a narcissist, a person that puts on a persona to the world. He was definitely had like some slickness about him. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely wouldn't put it past that he, used force when handling Shannon, and it could have been some domestic violence in there. I do believe that. So they very much so could have been afraid of him.
On that. But I know they weren't looking for that little girl. They didn't look for that little girl till everybody else started looking for that little girl. They didn't look for that little girl till Roxy started looking for that little girl. So, I mean, I can't speak up on that. But what I can speak up on is her innocence of not being a little hood rat little hoe. I mean, they lied on it. They lied in trial. They lied on the stand. The grandma said the nigga never been in her house. The nigga never been in her house. The nigga don't never come in her house. You feel me? But the nigga be in her house. The nigga be in her house, and she know the nigga be in her house. No, they didn't report it until January 9th. I mean, January 10th, the day after. They didn't start looking for her for a couple 2 or 3 months after, when marketing was on motherfucking when marketing started looking. But then Auntie said the nigga do 50-50. Nigga sit in the driveway, and
And then it's like, then again, I feel like, did y'all notice, like, in the text messages when Naziyah kind of got smart with him, when she was like, you can buy me a plan B, won't you go buy me okay, Ashley, have a good day. Okay. When she was like, what did I say? She said, oh, you can go buy me a plan B, but you can't go buy me a pregnancy test too. I feel like she had it in her. She had a little fire in her too, but I still think she was afraid of him. And I do believe that Jarvis used force with Naziyah. Matter of fact, I know, based off the vision that I got, I know that for a fact. And he uses like any other abuser would to keep you in line, to maintain dominance, power, and control over you. He want to keep their minds in control of him. I mean, in control. He wants to control their minds. Okay, that's why he got so many women. That's why he a master manipulator. Basically, that's what he is. Somebody said psychopath. All of that.
the nigga knock on the door. But the text message say that the nigga be in her house all night, all day, all night, basically. That nigga ain't just going over there, and that nigga ain't just going over for Naziyah, bro. That nigga was going over Shannon, doing that to that girl. And they knew about it. That nigga had all the motherfucking mind corrupt. That nigga, man, manipulated, whatever the fuck you want to say, corrupt all they mind. From the grandma to the auntie to the baby, man.
Yep.
And I fought them, auntie. If you don't think something wrong, this nigga raped his own motherfucking kid.
And I can see Jarvis, you know, manipulating the sisters against each other, triangulating that whole situation, you know, playing on their mental, making them believe one thing when it's something else, you know, doing a narcissistic thing.
Or raped his own motherfucking kid, mama, whatever the motherfucking situation is. Yeah. Yeah. The mother is a big suspect. I mean, the grandma is a big suspect of this, man. They was in cahoots. Come on, man. This nigga took her to the abortion clinic. When the media said she was talking to the dad, she said the little girl asked my grandma why she lied. Come on, man. That story keep changing up. The grandma and the aunties. They ain't protecting each other. They trying to she protected. Don't get me wrong. She trying to protect her daughter because she know her daughter was in the middle of it. I'm never gonna change that, bro. I'm never gonna stop that, bro. She know her daughter was involved with this by her knowing that the nigga was a pedophile. And that's my story, bro. I mean, I didn't want to do it, and I hate to get on here, bro, but I'm tired of seeing what the fuck this little girl's wrong of and what the fuck he did was fucked up, but it's all on her because she was fast. I don't see that. I don't see that. See, they blocked my other page because motherfucker reported me, you know? But motherfuckers need to understand, bro, this shit is a serious situation. And I'm gonna say this again, ladies and gentlemen, if you got a nigga around your kid, make sure he know your kid. Or, my bad, if you got a nigga around your, hey, Bree. If you got a nigga around your kid, make sure you know that nigga. I don't give a fuck, bro. If the nigga a pedophile or nigga got something on his record that's fucked up, you need to know about. Y'all need to investigate these niggas like y'all need to investigate these niggas and be on y'all kids like y'all be in these streets and in the clubs, my baby. Real shit. Real shit. Bree, how you been? Everybody got something to say. But then nobody get out there and look for the little girl. Everybody got something to say. This shit is tiring, man. If the girl, if Naziyah is gone, let her rest in peace. If she not, man, inshallah, she make it home. I can't say safe because she got to be fucked up with something going on. Mentally, she fucked up. I just hope she make it home safe if she not dead, man. But, I mean, if they got him for murder, man, 9 or 10 something, just directing them to be dead.
I mean, yeah, especially now at this point, we all got to do our due diligence to find out who's around our kid. But what do you do when they don't have a record? What do you do when they don't have a record? How could you be sure if a person is safe to be around your child if they've never been caught?
Yeah, they worry about the nigga cheating on them and being in the club and being in the streets. They worry about the motherfucking nigga background or who the nigga really is, or is he a pedophile, or is his, come on, man. Or is my daughter being fast out here? Or my daughter, y'all not worried about what the nigga doing?
I still feel like y'all missing a point. Okay, I'm not trying to be funny, but I feel like y'all missing a point. In a situation where you do not have control over who the other parent dates or have around the child, their time is their time, your time is your time. They can't dictate, nor can you dictate who is around your child. How do you navigate a situation where you are not in control of who has access to your child? My discernment tells me that my son's dad girlfriend is don't have his best interests. You don't have say you don't have a great relationship with the father. Right. Okay. Then that's where you come in with the child's behavior. Absolutely. That's basically what I'm getting at. It's like, okay, you have to just pay more attention to your child. Listen to your child. Create a safe space for your child to be free and open to speaking to you about all situations. Never shut them down. Never make them feel silent. Never make them feel odd or strange for coming to you about anything, whether it's something serious or not. Because I am in a situation where I do not have the best communication with the other parent at all. We have a whole app we communicate through that tells you how toxic the communication is, and that's by choice. They choose to be toxic. So what do? That's what I do. Anytime my sons come to me and say, "Mom, this going on, this happening, this, that, and the third," guess what? Long as they feel safe, I promise you, they're going to tell you everything. They're going to tell you everything. From what's being said about you, how it makes them feel, how they being treated, all of that. So I feel like, I don't know if he had that type of open relationship with his daughter. I hope he's working on that now. But this is still very, very, very important that we maintain a safe space for our children without judgment. I like to call it guidance with protection. You have to not be so authoritative all the time over your kids to where they're petrified to tell you anything. They're scared. No, it's literally no secrets. That holding secrets within the family dynamic is a generational curse. There should be no secrets. And like I said before, if you treat your children right behind closed doors, you create a healthy and safe space for them to thrive and be free. Secrets won't be a thing. They're going to tell you everything. And that's just what I learned being a parent. Regardless of how negative the other parent is, what negative things they say to my children about me, how they try to alienate my kids from me, how they try to change their perceptions of me, all of that. They do all of that. But I never tell my children, "Oh, keep this between me and you. This is secret." No, you feel how you feel about your father. And guess what? If you feel like he was wrong for saying what he said about your mother, who you love, then your feelings are very valid. Now, I don't rebuttal that with, "Oh, well, your daddy ain't shit." I don't do all of that. I got to be real pissed off to say some foul shit about their daddy around them. You get what I'm saying? I don't fuck with them at all, but I don't make it my business to demean them or disrespect them in the presence of my children. Why? Because I respect my kids more than anything. The other parent, you get what I'm saying? It's really about the well-being of the child. And I think a lot of times parents don't know how to keep that boundary up. Okay. So yeah, it's my little 2 cents.
A nigga be cheating on you and fucking your daughter right under your motherfucking nose and you don't even know it. Or you know he cheating. Come on, man. That shit's sickening. Or in this case, cheating on you with your niece. Fucking your niece. And you don't know it. You gotta know something. Y'all gotta know something. Nigga ain't going in and out that house every day or every night. And y'all not knowing he in that basement. And I'm gonna say this again. I think him and Shannon had a threesome with that little girl, boy. I just speak what it is, man. They manipulate that little girl mind. They fucked her brain up. So she didn't get the love from her mom and her dad, and her grandma said she had to get the love somewhere else. She wanted the love so bad, and she couldn't get it, so she got it from somewhere else. And somewhere else probably caused her life. somewhere else might cause this girl her life, man. And the love she really wanted was supposed to be right there in her family, bro.
And the fact that she had him in her
Love
phone
she
is
really
bae for
wanted.
life, and it actually turned out to be just that. Sad.
Everybody think it's cool. Everybody think it's good, man. It's great, man. That shit ain't nothing. That shit sad, bro. That shit.
And that's what she put in her status, her bio on Instagram. Bro, just give me a hug. I feel like she was just crying out and just was not being heard, being overlooked, ignored, silenced. You know? Kareen, I used to say that all the time. Ain't nobody hurt me as bad as my family. And to this day, that's still facts. And I think it be the betrayal. It be the betrayal for me. You say she knew about Naziyah and Jarvis, but that was the only way Shannon could keep him coming around regularly. Yeah, because she knew that I think Jarvis was actually falling in love with Naziyah or in some weird, strange way. Or maybe he had stronger feelings towards Naziyah than he had with Shannon. Okay. Mom! Yes. She got a funny but too. Say it again. Show me the movie. Then we can finally go to sleep. Mom! Did you watch your program? Yeah. Okay. Mom! You waiting on me to go to sleep? Mom! Yeah. Mom! Yeah. Scotty watching TV. Okay. Scotty watching TV. Right, infatuation. That's it right there. That's it right there. That's what I'm getting at. Because it's like I don't really feel good when I say call it love. I think it's more of that. Infatuation. Obsession. Yeah. Fantasy. She reminded him of something. Something in his mind. It was like, you know. Right, Coco. Right. He started to resent her. Ah, yeah. And she knew it. She knew it. That could be the reason she went and got weight loss surgery or whatever she did to lose all that weight so quick. She probably thought maybe that'll spark his interest again, but it's not that. He don't like grown women. He like young girls. So all the other women were a type and Naziyah wasn't that type. Naziyah had a fire and a spark to her. Naziyah had a divine feminine energy within her. That's why they really was jealous of her. That's why they really was jealous. That's why they really tried so hard to tear her down and to bully her and to, cause stress and manipulate her. And see what Jarvis did was just take a full advantage of her essence, siphoning her essence. She had something within her that they didn't have, and they will never get because of their intentions. I swear that this Lifetime movie, yeah, it does feel like a movie. It's crazy. So I'm gonna get ready to get off here. As y'all can see, I done stayed on all night. It's 5:55 a.m. Shout out to everybody that chimes in, watched, made comments in the chat, shared your thoughts, your opinions. Shout out to everybody that's gonna catch the replay. Y'all know I love y'all so much. I appreciate all the donations, the shares, the comments. Yes, make sure y'all drop some purple and pink hearts in the comments for Naziyah. This is what we doing it for, Miss Naziyah, and to spread awareness of generational curses and to let you guys know that. Huh? Strawberry? Hold on, I don't think it's on strawberry. Tell Kaka give you some. Give you some strawberry or a banana. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Noam. You know, we talk about the real. We talk about what we're really dealing with and healing from, and what I like to say, we heal and deal over here. Okay, we don't sugarcoat shit and we don't sweep shit under the rug. Okay, we rip the band-aid off and we allow things to surface, and we go into our shadows and we reclaim our shadows and the parts of ourselves that we try to suppress, and we claim those. For those that don't know, I have a GoFundMe. Okay, I think it's linked. It's in my post. If you haven't seen my post, if you want to donate there to help a sister out with her 4 children, please do. I would highly appreciate it. If you like the content and you want to donate, you could go to the Cash App, which is linked in the description. I also have a healing trauma ebook. It is Awakening the Divine Feminine Within Through Healing Trauma. I teach you how to take a comprehensive and transformative approach in real time. If you would like to purchase that, you could do so as well. I think it's about $22. I think, I'm not sure. But that's that. And yeah, make sure you liking, you commenting, you subscribing. I love to hear your thoughts. For the people that's going to catch this replay, make sure you drop them purple hearts in the comments, okay? I always like to leave off with, watch what you think. It becomes your beliefs. Watch what you believe, or your thoughts become your beliefs become your desires, and your desires become your destiny. You have the power to create your reality in real time. It just starts with you. Bookie. I love y'all so much, and I will catch y'all in the next live. I don't know when I'm gonna stream again, but yeah. I will catch y'all next time. Look, we'll be back. I'll find something for us to watch and detect. Where can you find his live? His page is Debo, Debo. D-E-B-O. Debo. Sending healing energy over your house. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Same to you guys. Peace, love, light, and darkness. Because we claim our shadows, because we heal for real. All right. See y'all later. Good night, good morning, and good evening, whenever you catch this live. Ashe. Mwah, 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 mwah.